Welcome to the People's Receipts. Hello, hello, hello. Happy Thursday. Wish it was Friday, but I feel better than yesterday. I didn't even plan that. That's exactly how I feel. Yesterday I was not feeling so great, and I feel better today. Good morning, Leo. Hey, Sophie, Inclusive Dreamer. I like that name. This is my latest squishmallow frumpy. We kind of match. Good morning. Good morning. Welcome to the People's Receipts. Tap the screen. Tap, tap, tap. Share the live with 5 people. Hello, YouTube. Hello, Twitch. Oh, I need to make sure the chat's up on Twitch. Just give me a second to make sure I'm live on Twitch and YouTube. There we go. There we go. I'm starting to get the hang of it. Okay. Ew. One more second. Keep tapping the screen, share the live, and we have so much to do. Just setting. I need to make the screen bigger. There we go. Setting super chat goals. Okay. Keep tapping the screen. Thank you guys so much. Again, if you want to join the Discord, there is a link to join the Discord in my bio right now. I still haven't taken it down. It's working for us. So please join all of the outlines, all the clips we go through, everything. I swear it always seems like this screen adjusts a little bit. Now it seems lower. It seems like there's less room for the chat than there was yesterday. I'm just going to move this slightly up. I'm going to regret this, but I'm going to move this. Oh, no, I have it locked. Okay, so this must be my imagination. Never mind. It's got to be my imagination. It's locked. Hi, Anthony. Happy Thursday. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Tap the screen. So let's see, where was I at? Oh yeah, if you please do join the Discord. It's fun in there. It's if you need some people to commiserate with during crises, the Discord is the place to be. We had some good times this morning talking about the condom bombs and all the other things we need to watch out for. So please do join the Discord. Again, this is a link. If you don't know what Discord is, that's okay. The rest of us barely know how to use it either. It's just an app where you can create a community. Yeah, it's fun. Join. Thank you, Cade. Join. It's fun. It's a good time, and it's going to get better. It's good. It's only going to get better. Oh yeah. Now that I'm thinking about this, I put this in the Discord this morning, but also, and I should probably try to say this a couple more times when there's more people in here, but some people have messaged me and said like, hey, like if, do you need help or how can I help? And I know, like, I think we're all looking to like figure out how we can make a difference while we're watching the world burn down around us. So yeah, I need help. Like, I think if I said the way I need help the most, it's clipping content. Like these lives post to YouTube after, and like basically I go through clips and then talk about it. And if we could get a group of people to help clip content, which we're going to try to organize, we're going to have a meeting about it tomorrow so that we can repost that. So it's not just like the people that can be here during the day, but then we can break up these long ass shows, into little clips, and we can make it more palatable and packages and get it out to the masses that way. Just as a teacher, I know, because these are long shows and the people aren't necessarily going to go through the whole replays. So if we can get them into smaller bits, I'm thinking that will probably be the next part. So if you're interested in helping with that, you can contact Chrissy or Joanna in the comments, or myself, which I'm really bad at checking messages, but I'm going to try to do my best. I'm a girl has no name on Discord if you want to follow me, or again, join the Discord, link in bio, and Cootery as well. Yeah, exactly. I saw that in the group chat. Yeah, we're thinking of like having some sort of channel in the Discord where we can put the clips and then we can take them from there and post them. We just have been talking about this morning, but I think that's like, if we can figure out how to do that, how to get all of this show into smaller, little palatable bites, we could make more of a difference and have a bigger reach, right? Because I think that's the goal. Like, we just, as many people as we can inform about what's going on, and we don't know what different parts of this show will probably matter to different people. So if we can break it up, into the separate little clips, the easily palatable bites, and then we can get it out to people that care. Thank you so much. That's Filipina Zina. That's so nice. I think Filipina Zina. I like that. Yeah, she said I'd become one of her favorite creators. Love the people's receipts. Love you. You guys are becoming my family. So that's what I think we should work on as a group, as a project. And if you want to be involved in it, we're going to figure it out, and it'll probably happen in the Discord. But yes, that way, like, the different subjects that are important to different people, we can package it up and send it out, and that way. So yeah, because it keeps me up at night thinking, I know that, like, this is labor intensive, and I don't know if it's getting the reach. So, like, I think this could help us, get it to more people who need to see this. So yeah. Oh yeah, Scottish Paul, welcome. Yes, subscription is back up. Well, no, so it never technically went down. We just didn't understand how to do it. So this is what we've learned about subscription. So you can't do it through a phone. You go on desktop. It's tiktok.com/recharge. And then you can buy coins, which I guess are 25% off on desktop. So none of us should ever buy coins on mobile again, because they are robbing us. So yeah, you can get coins there for a significantly discounted rate. And then you can, there's so much to cover and so much to disseminate. Exactly, Toodle. And if we like break up parts of the show, even a clip, I'm thinking we can all just do this, and like, this could be good. I think this will be a good project where we can all feel useful, get closer, meet each other. It'll be good. Sorry, Scott. It's the ADHD. I'm back on task now. Okay, back to subscriptions and coins. Go to tiktok.com. It's slash or forward slash, whatever one. It's either forward slash or slash or backslash recharge. And then you can get coins at 25% off and subscribe through desktop. So let's because I'm bleeding subscribers on TikTok, and it gives me anxiety every time I check. I just try not to look at it, because that's like kind of how I make money. But also the other thing is, and I've said this in my link tree, Scottish Paul, I haven't talked to you in a while, so it's nice to talk to you too. There's a link. It's streamlabs/a-girl-has-no-name/tip. And you can sign up for like a monthly tip, which goes through PayPal. And that I don't think they even take a percentage of. So that's another way. And then thanks to our awesome job with YouTube watch hours, you guys are so amazing. Now we have super chats and memberships, which are the same things as subscriptions on YouTube. And make sure everyone's at least following me on YouTube, because what we've realized is, if you're following me on it's on YouTube, it's subscribing. If you're following is subscribing. I love how every place that has a different name, and we have to sit here and figure them out. But yeah, if you're subscribed to me on YouTube, then when I go live, it will tell you. It gives you an alert. So that's the advantage there. They don't do that on TikTok. But if you're subscribed on YouTube, then I'm thinking, after debating on Tuesday with Pickles, I kind of missed it. So that way, if I decide to debate or do other things that are unplanned, people will be aware. Let's see here. I lost 4 IQ points listening to him. Hilarious. Thank you, Joanna, for putting that in the comments. Sorry, my brain's working better than yesterday, but still a little bit slow this week, but so much better than yesterday. And I didn't even get that much sleep. It's just feeling much better today. Not that I have better news to deliver. We have some very interesting things to talk about today. Lots of fact checking of the Mad Orange King is what we're in store for. I can't take any more of the lies. Oh no, yeah. Biggie Tall Small said in the TikTok chat, just so I'm gonna try to stop responding to things, but not telling everyone what I'm talking about. I was watching the replays and I was like, yeah, it's often unclear what I'm even talking about. Said, why bother debating MAGA chuds? It's pointless. No, I totally agree. I mean, that's why I've developed this show. I highly agree with that. That's why, I mean, I used to be on a show where it was just like debating all the time. I've stopped debating. I am, and this is going to sound, you can take this forever, whatever you want, but I mean, anybody can educate themselves, right? Like anyone can become well informed if they want. Like all the education I've gotten, the majority of it has been for free. I've given it to myself by being curious. But yeah, like, debating on TikTok is the least intellectually stimulating thing I've ever done in my life. Like it's me basically doing charity work. That's what it is. I mean, the level of cluelessness, yeah, I can't even. And then like the fact that like men debating on TikTok have no clue what they're talking about and then act like because I'm a woman I don't know what I'm talking about. Yeah, like I'm gonna need to make way more money to do that type of charity work. Like, because it's not even, yeah, that's why I stopped. I rarely do debate, but occasionally I think would like to debate with Pickles because it is fun, occasionally, just to remind people they don't know anything. But yeah, that's why I started. Oh no, yeah, it's not that you couldn't do it. It drives you crazy. I get a migraine within the first hour. But anyways, that's why I primarily stopped, because it's not mentally challenging enough. This show challenges me, and I require the intake of tons of information to be mentally stimulated. Like you see how much information I disseminate a day. That's what it takes for me to like fill my brain. So yeah, that's why I started doing this show. And like I said, once we get this packaged up into small pieces and then we send it out that way in clips, it's going to be great. I think that will be our next project. Okay, so that being said, yeah, then and also we're going to design merch. If you're interested in designing merch or helping with a merch store, we also got that ability on YouTube, and we have another merch store. I can't even remember what site it's called, but Cooterie's amazing, like graphic designer. I don't know if she would call herself that, but I call her that. She's an amazing designer. And if you're interested in helping with merch or anything in any way, also contact her. Another thing, if just talking about things coming down the pipeline now that I don't want to say I'm getting a handle on the show, but it's starting to go a little bit smoother, is I did also have a conversation with Fax today, and we're thinking of starting a PAC that like supports local elections, people in local elections, maybe particularly in rural areas, places we could make a difference. And then, yeah, so I just had a conversation with Fax about that this morning. And like, the guy, oh my gosh, sorry, it's my ADHD brain. I met him on Fax's Lives like a few weeks ago, but his last name's Westmoreland. He's a creator. And I think like he's going to be starting the PAC, and we're going to do like a Zoom call about it pretty much or something. Will, thank you. God, I never have to remember anything. I wish you guys would follow me around in my day to day. So, because it's like I never have to remember anything. Yeah, Will Westmoreland. So exactly, Will's great. I only met him that one time on Fax's Live, but yeah. So I think it's going to be Will and Fax, and then possibly me, and us is what I'm saying. Us. So whatever that entails. I mean, I've never helped start a PAC, but that will be exactly. He's a farmer. That's why we're talking about rural areas and things. So. Yeah, so I'll let you guys know about that. There will be opportunities because the more useful I feel, the more like I feel like we have projects to work on, the less your brain can spin. You start feeling crazy. When, Rainy? Oh, well, no, I just had the meeting this morning with Fax. Again, we're just talking like Will Westmoreland and I think Fax. They're going to start a pack and they're going to have a Zoom call about it and primarily focused on local elections, which I'm very interested in, like elections in local districts, but more importantly, reaching voters in local districts. I live in a swing state. Keep tapping the screen. Tap, tap, tap. We should be at 50K. We can do it. Yeah. It's already, the paperwork is filed. I'm pretty sure there's going to be a Zoom call soon. Yeah. Again, I just had one introductory call about this morning, but it sounds very interesting because like I said, I was thinking about this the other day. I emailed my local district head is what, in my opinion, the conversations we need to be having locally, because I'm in a swing state where there's all sorts of people in my district. I would say my neighborhood's probably 60% Hispanic, but also there's just, like I've showed you guys, there's Trump flags. So while Trump is doing these executive orders and these insane things that are going to affect people's disability, veterans benefits, things like that, we need to figure out how do we have local discussions, round table discussions? How do we get in contact with our neighbors and have, good, honest conversations like, hey, you didn't vote for, none of us voted for this. And like my experience working on the Kamala Harris election was really like the value of not random door knocking, right? Not random phone banking with strangers, but in hyper local areas or in your own contact list, having meaningful conversations on a local level with people you know. Like, how do we do more of that? And that's what I'm interested in. So I think a PAC that supports local elections in key districts. Like, remember what I showed you guys at the beginning of the live yesterday? In Iowa, in a Trump plus 21 district, we just flipped that seat. Literally, Trump won the district plus 21 and they just flipped the seat. Like, that is a perfect example of what we could do in rural areas, right? As people's lives are affected by Trump's megalomania. In Iowa, we just flipped in the state legislature. I just want to be clear. It's not in the United States Congress. Exactly. It's a good sign, but that's the point. Like, it is local elections. Like, Trump is terrorizing us from the federal government, but what everyone needs to understand is what will affect your daily life the most is your state legislature, is the makeup of your state legislature. And like, even I experience it in Arizona constantly. So this has been on my mind where we have a Democratic governor. We have 2 Democratic senators. We have a Democratic attorney general. We have a Democratic secretary of state. But if you have a MAGA controlled state legislature, a MAGA controlled county election board, it's like, it's nice to have those things. But our government is at a stalemate, and the state legislature is terrorizing us. See there, J-Max in Arizona too. That you know what I'm talking about. So I'm very interested in hyper local elections. So I'll keep you posted. Again, I just talked to Fax about this morning. There's going to be a Zoom call at some point, and I'll let you guys know. But we'll have different projects to work on to try to make sure that as much as we can do. So when we go to sleep at night, we know, hey, I'm doing everything I can to make sure, people are getting the truth, right? Because we have a lot of misinformation and disinformation to break through. I feel like that's all I'm doing in the mornings for 7 hours is just looking at misinformation and disinformation and thinking, how can we combat this? Which we're going to get into that right now. Keep tapping the screen, tap, 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 share the live. Again, this is Cash App and Venmo. If you would like to support me that way, message questions or comments through there. I will read, or there are super chats on YouTube as well that I will read through. You can subscribe on tiktok.com/recharge as well as get coins for 25% off for gifts. And any other links, make sure you're following me. All of that is in my link tree on any profile. Yeah, Ghostcraft on Twitch. I see you. Notice how Republicans are blaming every tragedy on DEI. We have to call them out. Yes, we're going to start with that. That is very fresh on my mind right now. Believe me, I am deeply, deeply. I've been doing research on this. Don't you worry. We're about to fact check the shit out of Trump. I mean, not that it's hard. We could all do simple Google searches. Yeah, I'm going to start with that. I want to start about the plane crash just because, I mean, I thought they were spreading misinformation last night in the middle of the night, but damn, they kicked it into just hyperdrive today. God, Trump's inability to take responsibility for anything is quite fascinating. Sorry, that's my outline. That's what I teach off of every day. Give me 1 second. I'm trying to think of where I want to start this. Oh man, and I finally went through it. We're also gonna go we have actually a lot of interesting things to talk about today. I'm kind of excited. We're also gonna finally go through the voter suppression data. I really took a deep dive into it, and this guy who's doing the analysis, he's like an economic statistical analyst. You know how I love brains, man. I found a really smart guy last night, and I just read a bunch of math he did. You guys are going to be very interested in this. Okay, but we're going to start with the plane because Trump is having an issue with stopping lying, so we need to correct the record. Wait, let me make sure. Is that where we want to start or a little before there? Oh yeah, we need to start here. We need to start here because I need to tell this in sequential order, chronological order of the lies and what he's been up to. Okay. Keep tapping the screen. I feel like we're not tapping as much as we should. I don't know if that's my imagination, but I feel like there's not a lot of hearts going on. Tap, tap, tap. I so appreciate the tapping. Okay, there we go. Sorry, I'm just making sure all my screens are up. I got 3 more monitors, so I just haven't had time to put them up. So I'll have all of this stuff more organized soon. Okay, there we go. Okay, so let's get into the tragedy, which is a tragedy of the plane crash. And if anyone saw my messages in the Discord, I know it looks like I was being political, but it's because in the face of a tragedy, but this might come as a shock. It's because all I could see was MAGA. You know what MAGA does? They take a tragedy and they start manipulating it and lying. And I was just clocking that across the internet, on Truth Social, on X, the immediate taking of a tragedy, which I just want to point out before we start going through this. If Joe Biden was the president right now, there would be a 24-hour news cycle blaming Joe Biden for this plane crash, right? Like, I mean, 24-hour news cycle, everything would be his fault. They'd be attacking Pete Buttigieg. I mean, don't get me wrong. They're still trying to attack Pete Buttigieg and Biden. They're giving it the best they've got. But that's what they would be doing. So, and I'm following the line of logic. So if that's what I know Trump we're getting there, but follow the light of logic, right? And I'm saying picture for the last 4 years when Biden was sitting in the White House, anything that happened was somehow his fault, which if you're a thinking person, you know that can't possibly be the case, but that's what happens. So if that's MAGA's logic, if they weren't in constant cognitive dissonance and disarray and nothing they do makes no sense, right? If this wasn't completely hypocritical, then now that Trump's in office, right? If you guys were what we thinking people call logically consistent, now that Trump is in the White House, you would blame him for everything. But for some reason, called cognitive dissonance and idiocy, you guys cannot be logically consistent. And I find it fascinating. right? It's nothing is ever Donald Trump's fault. It's like, oh, I thought, but for the last 4 years, whoever was in the White House, it was their fault. And didn't we say this for the last month? Remember all December and all January, we're like, watch, the minute January 20th starts, everything's perfect again. Nothing is Donald Trump's fault. And and he takes credit for the good and he blames the bad on other people. And I mean, that's the thing about narcissists. If nothing else, like they're annoying, but they're so predictable. Like they're like work. They have one playbook, blame everyone else. That's what they're operating off of. So, okay, I'm just showing you this because I just want to be clear about, I'm taking us back to the real facts of when this all started, right? Trump, 9 days ago, he did this, right? He fired the head of TSA. He also dismissed the head of the FAA, right? And there's a safety advisory committee. He got rid of all of them too. Trump did this, right? This is the latest policy that has taken effect before this tragedy. Trump fired a bunch of people. Trump terrified a bunch of federal workers, threatened them with their jobs, did all of these things. So I just want to remind everyone, Donald Trump did this. I was just taking some screenshots. Members of the Aviation Security Advisory Committee received a memo Tuesday saying that the department is eliminating the membership of all advisory committees as part of a commitment to eliminating the misuse of resources and ensuring that DHS activities prioritize our national security. So Trump is just upending the federal workforce, right? No one knows what's going on under Donald Trump. He's creating chaos and confusion. And it seems to me like chaos and confusion is in fact ensuing. But I'm not MAGA, so I don't just say everything is directly the person's fault in the White House. But by their line of logic, for the last 4 years, this would be Donald Trump's fault. Just want to make that point over and over and over again. Now, this is just for the interest of, hey, some of us remember facts, right? This is his executive order 8 days ago. President Donald J. Trump ends DEI madness and restores excellence and safety within the Federal Aviation Administration. This is chaos and confusion and a pack of lies. I mean, pretty much. Because today it started getting fact check, right? It's based off of lies. But this is Trump causing upheaval in the Federal Aviation Administration, in TSA, telling lies, falsely blaming people for things they didn't do. And I'm not going to read through it. If you want to read through it, it's short, but I mean, it's more of trying to force the federal workforce out, blaming black and brown people. Oh, and today was an oldie book. You guys are going to die laughing. Trump. Oh, I can't wait to show you these clips. Finally, a press conference we might enjoy. I mean, you're not going to enjoy watching Trump lie, but watching Trump with a straight face be like, hey, people with psychiatric illnesses can't have jobs in the government. Like, have you ever looked in the mirror, sir? Are you like, imagine someone with a psychiatric illness screaming that no one with a psychiatric illness can work in the government for like an hour while like reporters are like, what? Oh my God. Yeah. No, the clips are I'm actually looking forward to the clips because anyways, I suggest reading through that if you ever want to get into it. But after this tragedy, I mean, I don't think Trump knew what to do because I feel his response was super weird. But I mean, what he essentially tried to do when I really sat and thought about it for 5 minutes, because it instantly started to happen, right? He painted a target on the backs of air traffic control, and the military, essentially. The airplane was on a perfect routine line of approach to the airport. The helicopter was going straight at the airplane for an extended period of time. It is a clear night. So the lights on the plane were blazing. Oh, are those scientific terms they were blazing? Is that what they told you? Why didn't the helicopter go up or down? Trump should really be in federal aviation or turn. Why didn't the control tower tell the helicopter what to do instead of asking if they saw the plane? This is a bad situation that looks like it should have been prevented. Not good. If you saw, I was posting some of the comments on Truth Social in the Discord immediately. On True Social, thousands of comments of, "Oh, I bet it's DEI hires. This is why we've got to kick them out." Or it was conspiracy. Something's going on. This doesn't make sense. Like when I say conspiracy, I mean like the drones. Like, someone's doing this to you on purpose, sir. You need to investigate. Who can we blame for this? Right? Because it's never Donald Trump's fault. So immediately he's painting a target on people's backs, never just saying, a real leader would never say something like this. Did he express any remorse for the families of these people who have plunged into the freezing cold Potomac? No. Never said a word about the families, never expressed empathy, because as we know, that's what narcissists lack, is effective empathy. True. I mean, that is really what the issue here is. It never occurs to him. All he's thinking is, I've got to insinuate a conspiracy or I've got to blame this on someone else, right? This is not a leader. No leader behaves like this, period. A real leader would say, "Hey, we're gathering information. I'm going to speak to the families." Biden would have been on the phone with the families. Yeah, I agree. This is deplorable behavior. Keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 100K. Tap, tap, tap. We can do it. We got this. Sorry, just checking, making sure. Okay. And then a few minutes later, he posts this. "What a terrible night this has been. God bless you all." This is not like, what? Nothing. Never any empathy for the families, never any information, never any, "Hey, we're going to do a press conference tomorrow. People are investigating. I'm the leader of the free world, and I have this under control." This is it. Super weird. Dom the Con strikes again. Pretty messy, Bob. That's funny. Oh, I see this. David said, all your hard work battling Orange Julius. Orange Julius's were good. Do you remember those at the mall? Getting dropped off at the mall and getting an Orange Julius? Who knows what an Orange Julius is? Thank you, David, for the $20. That's so kind. I appreciate you so much. I remember they were good. We can't call Trump that because I still like those things. So we can't call Trump that. And I thought this was a great comparison. I saw this on X by Patriot Talks. Because this is the truth, right? Trump 2018 versus Trump tonight. Quite the contrast. When good things happen, Trump takes credit. When bad stuff happens, Trump takes no responsibility. Oh, that's the story of my childhood with my mother. What a coincidence. Here's Trump in 2018. "Since taking office, I have been very strict on commercial aviation." No, you weren't. Good news. It was just reported that there were 0 deaths in 2017, the best and safest year on record. So anytime something good happens, it's him, right? He did it. Something bad happens, there must be a conspiracy. Oh, someone with a mental illness was in the air traffic control tower, or a brown person must have been hired who wasn't qualified. I mean, literally, this is what he's doing all day today, is making up lies to deflect responsibility. But for the last 4 years, what I was taught was whoever is in the White House, it's their fault. That's what it was when Biden was president. So all I'm trying to do is point out that just like you guys, when Biden was in the White House, everything was his fault. Is now Trump's in the White House. So by MAGA's own logic, this is in fact Donald Trump's fault, right? Isn't he the leader? Doesn't the buck stop with him? Isn't he's trying to freeze all $3 trillion of our taxpayer money because he said he's in charge of everything. He's in control of everything. He has all the power. So, I mean, in that case, the buck stop with him. This is what he wants. Okay, I need to start at the end of the presentation. Now we're going to go. Give me 1 second to start what was going on this morning. It's at the end of the presentation. Okay. This is going to be nuts. Well, actually, we'll start with a clip from last night. So yeah, I'm just reminding everyone right now, think about how anytime something happened, like I'm not even talking about a crash. I'm talking about, like people's flights were delayed during Christmas. And they tormented Pete Buttigieg, right? They said he had ruined the aviation industry and everything was his fault and he was unqualified. Oops. Let me find this clip. Let me think here it is. There it is. Okay. So I'm just saying, if we're blaming the Secretary of Transportation for everything, let's blame the Secretary of Transportation, whose name is Sean Duffy, and he is clueless. If you're wondering why Trump did a press conference this morning with Pete and made Pete Hegseth be there and then brought that Sean Duffy guy in, it's because Sean Duffy is 125% incompetent. That's what I learned. Do you know, before Trump, which don't worry, I'm going to show you Trump's press conference. I clipped the whole slow motion shit show. But prior to that, Sean Duffy talked to the press alone, and it was a train wreck. Yeah, I think he was a talk show host, like on Fox Business, or he was like I think he's another Fox person or something. Wait, he was on The Real World? Is that real? He's really on The Real. I'm not saying I watched every episode. Now I'm going to have to go check. Now, I didn't know. What? Oh, man. I'll be looking into that tonight. Does anyone know? He was on Road Rules. Does anyone know which season? So now we have Road Rules cast members, but Pete Buttigieg wasn't qualified, but now we got Real World Boston cast members running the transportation department. Please don't ever talk to me again about qualifications. Donald Trump's administration are the least qualified people in history to run our government. And watching Sean Duffy, for some reason I almost said Sean Murray. Sean Duffy do this press conference this morning, I was like, absolutely incompetent. He was like stuttering. But first, okay, so this is, I don't know, in the middle of the night, first of all. So this is the first time I was like, oh, this man has no idea what's going on whatsoever.
For Secretary Duffy, have you been in touch with the air traffic controllers who were in the tower at the time of the crash?
I have not.
You have not. And second question, this is your first several.
You see how he keeps walking away from the microphone? Like, it was so weird. It's like he didn't know what to say. So it's like he wouldn't even stand up there. It's like, get up there and talk. At least Pete Buttigieg can communicate. Thank you for joining. Oh, I just saw that. Faye, thank you for joining, becoming a member on YouTube. I appreciate you so much. That's amazing. Sorry, my throat is hurting. So again, watch him. He's like out of frame, just like he walks up to the mic and just basically is like, I don't know anything, and then walks back.
For Secretary Duffy, have you been in touch with the air traffic controllers who were in the tower at the time of the crash?
I have not.
You have not. And second question, this is your first several hours in this position. What are your thoughts? What are you feeling right now?
My focus is on those who were impacted on this flight. And again, I've been secretary for a little over a day, and the tragedy that we're going to deal with this recovery, I think is touching everyone's hearts, whether it's here in the greater D.C. area or in Kansas. And again, I think everyone here is thinking and praying for those who potentially have lost a loved one. And thank you.
Thank you. This is not really leadership, right? Pete Buttigieg could run circles around this guy. I love that they criticize Pete Buttigieg. This guy can barely make look up and speak at the same time. But great job. The erosion of standards in the government. Donald Trump's incompetent bunch of weirdos. So anyways, that was like the middle of the night after it happened. Then here comes the morning where this guy is doing the same weird thing, like looking at the ground and having no idea what to say.
That the helicopter was on, is that a common flight path, and is it normal for helicopters to get clearance to cut across busy footpaths?
So I don't know if you all could hear the question. It's a question about the flight path of the helicopter. FAA, but obviously it is not standard to have aircraft collide. I want to be clear on that. But prior to the
Oh, it's not? Did you guys hear that? Sean Duffy is giving us some vital information. Did you guys know that it's not normal for a military helicopter and an airplane to smash into each other and fall into the ocean? State the obvious guy from the real world is here to save us all. But Pete Buttigieg wasn't good enough. You guys are embarrassing. This is sad. I just want to tell you it's not normal for two aircrafts to collide. Thank you.
So I don't know if you all could hear the question. It's a question about the flight path of the helicopter. I don't want to go into too much detail about the information we have from the FAA, but obviously it is not standard to have aircraft collide. I want to be clear on that. But prior to the collision, the flight paths that were being flown from the military and from American, that was not unusual for what happens in the DC airspace. And
yes, two aircrafts were on approved flight paths. Thank you for that.
As this investigation moves forward, we will be able to provide more information to you about the details of that statement.
The fact they ever said a word about Pete Buttigieg, I will never let them live down. How embarrassing for all of you. And then they're like pointing out, this is a press conference, so people are asking questions about things. And hey. Hello?
Oh, hey, yep. I was trying not to interrupt you. I was going to go on mute. Yet, the fact that Velveeta Voldemort put him in charge of this, now all I can hear in my head is, this is the true story of 7 strangers who had no idea what the fuck they were doing, and now they're in charge of very important governmental processes. I hate it here. Where's the Soma? Shout out to all the good people today in this live. Y'all's yapping fingers have been tapping, and I love you for it. Let's keep these taps going. Love the comments. Y'all see that little blue and white notebook at the top left corner? Check the poll. It lets TikTok know that you're enjoying the content and lets other people have an opportunity to get in here because it helps push the live out. If you haven't sent a donation and you love to, since that's the best way to support Felice in the show, the pay links are right up top, right in the middle, right under the people's receipts. Cash App and Venmo at A Girl Has No Name. She will read your comments as long as they're not too ridiculous, but we have the best people, the smartest people, so I don't feel like y'all will put anything ridiculous in there because we're smart and we have sense. We're also super stressed out. For everybody that hasn't already seen your heart me, it's just one little measly coin. We'd appreciate if you do that. That also helps support the show. If you aren't subscribed on YouTube, go ahead and head over there. Like Felice said earlier, we're able to take memberships and super chats on YouTube now. Also, appreciate y'all for getting those watch hours up. Let's keep it going. So if you aren't on there yet, get there. Also, Twitch. And if you want a link to the Discord, you can send me a message, or you can go to the link in the link tree now that hopefully no psychos will click on it. And you can get in the Discord, which will give you more access to all of us and access to the outline so you can have all this phenomenal information. Love you guys big. Keep doing all the things. The shares are at 207. Let's get those up as well so we can get more people in here because everybody needs to hear this information. I mean, if we're all gonna be in this fever dream, then let's be here. Love y'all big. By the way,
Fever
Felicia
dream
looks
is
stunning
right.
today. The brows are browing and the green eyes are popping. Love y'all. Keep tapping, keep sharing. Turn up. If y'all don't, y'all know I'll be back to yell at you instead of being nice.
What did you say Velveeta Voldemort, or what did you call it?
Yes, Velveeta Voldemort.
That's hilarious. I'm trying to look up the watch hours on YouTube. I don't know why I can't find it. I'll find it in a second. I'll do this later. Thank you so much, Joanne. I appreciate you guys. Keep tapping the screen. Oh, sorry. I just got a weird text message. I know. It is funny. I love that. Okay. Wait, what was I feel like, did I play? Oh, no, I remember now. Okay. So then, right, Trump fired. This is what I was going to say. Trump fired the FAA administrator, right? The guy who was the FAA administrator under Biden is no longer there. There's nobody running the FAA, essentially. I know because when Trump passed that crazy executive order last week, they were trying to get a hold of the guy just for a comment who worked for Biden, and he wouldn't even answer reporters about Trump's executive order. So they're trying to ask Sean Duffy, hey, like, who's in charge of the FAA? And he just walks away.
Is there an acting FAA director?
No, because there's not. Nobody knew. So this press conference was just people standing around who are like, we have no idea. Yeah, I'm the Secretary of Transportation. They would have crucified Pete Buttigieg for this. They would have been like, everyone's incompetent, DEI hires, get the people out. Like, so this is why, in my opinion, they did another press conference, right? Normally, if you do a press conference, you don't then have to do another press conference like a couple of hours later. They still had no information, right? The second press conference is Trump pathologically lying. And he brought Pete Hegseth. And then it's so creepy too. It's like Pete Hegseth and Sean Duffy like worshiping Trump weirdly while Trump lies. I will say, though, I am proud of the press corps. But in between, so this shit show of a press conference happens where no one gets any information and Sean Duffy's looking at the floor the whole time. And then, like, you know, the Republican, whatever you want to call it, misinformation machine kicks into gear. Maria Bartiromo's show comes on Fox, and our friend Andy Ogles. If you don't know who Andy Ogles is, he's the representative from Tennessee. His Christmas card is usually him and his children holding ARs, and he's the one that filed the amendment to let Trump run again and again for president. He was on Maria Bartiromo's show. And of course, you know, they get their talking points. None of these people have brains. And that because I'm watching the Republicans in Congress give up their own power. That's how I know no Republicans have brains. Except that's why Mitch McConnell voted against Pete Hegseth. Mitch McConnell has a brain. He's like, hey, I'm not going to cede my power. Like, why we have 1/3 of the power of this government? Why would we give it up for free to Donald Trump? None of the rest of them seem to have had that thought yet, right? So Andy Ogles goes on Maria Bartiromo's show and does exactly what you think he would do, right? They start talking about DEI, right? Because this can't be Trump's fault. And we just had 4 years of whoever is the Secretary of Transportation, whoever is the president, if anything happens on a plane, on a train, or whatever, it is their fault, right? So they've got to now completely changed the line of logic we've been operating under for 4 years, and they have to blame it on someone. So who do we choose? Brown and black people and disabled people and people with mental illnesses. Classic.
Is there any reason to believe there was any foul play here?
Well, at this time, you hate to jump to any conclusions. Obviously, we'll look at everything, check all the boxes. I had just taken off from D.C. Before the crash, and of course, it came across my cell phone, and I saw it and was horrified. So prayers go out to all those impacted. But, to your point, I think you have to look at this with eyes wide open, see what happened. Human error, was it some sort of equipment failure? Did DEI play a role in this type of thing? So I think you look at it, you go into it with, again, eyes wide open and make sure that something like this never happens. It's been a number of years since we've had an aircraft collision such as this. And so, again, prayers for all those impacted.
Absolutely.
Imagine that. It's been a number of years, right, since we've had something like this. Is the worst collision since 9/11, basically. Trump gets into office, creates havoc, gets rid of the head of the FAA, Biden's head of the FAA. It's literally rudderless. Nobody's leading the organization. The Secretary of Transportation, it literally can't even speak without looking at his feet. And is a former reality star, which is now, that's even funnier than the head of the IRS owning a putt-putt golf place. Like, this is a absolute clown car. Weirdos. It's like everyone is less qualified than the next person. No one has a qualification in this entire government. Not one. Trump's like, it's got to be all people I'm smarter than. So God knows they have to have no clue what's going on. So, okay. So wait, I'm trying to remember. Oh God, this was so crazy. So Pete Hegseth, it did get better. And I don't want to give Pete Hegseth credit because, again, he's an unqualified person who's been credibly accused of SA and other types of horrific acts against women. But he did. So they're like, okay, Sean has shit the bed. So you could just see the Republican, because their PR machine runs well. If I have a complaint about the Democrats, while they're coming alive, it's not a well-oiled machine because they all think for themselves. But the Republicans don't think. They just get marching orders and they act. So it's like, okay, Sean has shit the bed. It's like literally Pete Hegseth's on the air, not long after, to try to clean up the mess. Pete Hegseth, though, is reading off of a piece of paper, also has zero information, and is reading off of a piece of paper. But the thing I thought was most interesting, that if you watch clips of Pete Hegseth covering that nobody clipped, except for my favorite independent journalist, Aaron Rupar, he clocked it, is if you're supposed to be doing a press conference, the largest plane crash since 9/11 has occurred in the United States. Do you start that press conference again and start talking about Guantanamo? What are you doing? So weird.
This morning, just got off the phone with the Southcom commander and the chairman, the Joint Chiefs, talking about our efforts at Guantanamo Bay. That is ongoing. We're leaning forward on supporting the president's directive to make sure that we have a location for violent criminal illegals as they are deported out of the country. No one's going to wait on the Defense Department, and we're working that in real time. But I also wanted to give an update on the tragedy that happened.
Yeah, but I'm supposed to be talking about this horrific plane crash, the people that are lost underneath the murky, freezing cold water that people are trying to find. And we still haven't said that they're not alive or whatever. Yeah, don't you guys think that was weird? And if you see other clips of this, you'll realize how weird. The way, I have another clip I can show you, but the way it's presented, because most people didn't show that part. They clipped that out when you see it. So it looks like a focused press conference on this tragedy, but it's like, what are you talking about? But yeah, he did read off a piece of paper the whole time, and it was, again, very awkward. But yeah, because he has no information. But I think they're just like, okay, Sean's not doing a good job, so you need to get out there.
But in the warm embrace of a...
Oh yeah, now it gets weird. So then Trump comes out, like, and again, this is separate. So Pete Hegseth is in his office, like at his desk with like his sleeves rolled up and his like weird tattoos out. It was with a shirt a little too small. It's just very strange. The whole thing was strange. And then I think they're like, okay, that was a shit the bed. Cause it is true. Like Trump needs people to pathologically lie. You know, they're not doing the job. Pete's reading off a piece of paper with no information. So Trump's like, I'll do it. Excuse me, I'll get out here and make up a bunch of lies.
But in the warm embrace of a loving God. We do not know what led to this crash, but we have some very strong opinions and ideas, and I think we'll probably state those opinions now, because over the years I've watched as things like this.
I think we will probably state those opinions now. Actually, is probably the most honest thing Donald Trump has ever said it is. Hey, I'm going to do a bunch of random speculation and blatant lying right now. Here's your warning to tune out. If you're one of the people, anxiously waiting news of your family member, I don't care about any of that. I have no idea how to behave in the face of a tragedy because I lack effective empathy. So here we go. With the most awful press conference I think I've ever seen after a tragedy in my life.
Happen and they say, well, we're always investigating, and then the investigation 3 years later they announce it. We think we have some pretty good ideas, but we'll find out how this disaster occurred and we'll ensure that nothing like this ever happens again. But in the warm...
I'll make sure this never happens again. Oh, promises, weirdo. Remember, he said that.
We will state certain opinions, however. I'm also immediately appointing an acting commissioner to the FAA.
I'm immediately appointing an acting commissioner because there's nobody running the FAA because I got rid of them. We have maybe this some might say the worst aviation disaster occurred and nobody was running our Federal Aviation Administration because Trump got rid of him. That's why I posted that in the Discord in the middle of the night, because I was watching MAGA be like, this is a conspiracy. We've got to round up the brown people that work at the FAA and blame them. It's like, are you joking me? This man, by executive order and sheer force, fired the person in charge of the FAA without hiring someone else. There's no one running it. This is dereliction of duty. This man, why not find someone else before you get rid of the person running the Federal Aviation Administration? And then he announces it like, oh, I'm going to find someone. Hey, why is there no one there? Oh, because you're incompetent. Okay. So just to be clear, the worst aviation disaster since 9/11 happened and nobody was in charge of the FAA because the Mad Orange King.
We will state certain opinions, however. I'm also immediately appointing an acting commissioner to the FAA, Christopher Rocheleau, a 22-year veteran of the agency, highly respected. Christopher, thank you very much. Appreciate it. We must have only the highest standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama...
Only the highest standards. The head of transportation is a man from the real world. He can't do it. Are you kidding me? Nobody is qualified in your entire administration. The highest standards. I just troll washed up reality TV stars and I hire them. Cool.
Standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary. You remember that.
Wait, I'm sorry, what?
Standards for those who work in our aviation system. I changed the Obama standards from very mediocre at best to extraordinary.
Okay, so that's a lie.
You remember that.
You remember I just lied to you right there. The best part is at the end, a reporter tries to fact check him, and he's like, shit.
The highest aptitude, they have to be the highest intellect and psychologically superior people.
Psychologically superior people. The man who can't stop talking about mentally ill whales and who's hiring washed up reality TV stars to run the transportation department is talking about superior people. Okay.
We're allowed to qualify for air traffic controllers. That was not so prior to getting there. When I arrived in 2016, I made that change very early on because I always felt this was a job that, and other jobs too, but this was a job that had to be superior intelligence.
Superior intelligence? You mean intellect? Yeah, I just want to be clear. That's not true, right? The same standards that Biden had, Trump had. Like he's about to go through a series of blatant lies to try to say, oh, I had these amazing standards. They were the best standards anyone had ever seen in the world. And then for some reason, Biden changed them and everything went to shit. This is not true. And of course, I will provide you the receipts because that's what this show is about. But I'm just, before you have to hear all the lies, just know none of this is correct.
This was a job that had to be superior intelligence, and we did.
It's intellect. It's superior intellect. Somebody with superior intellect would say superior intellect, but words are tough.
Really have that, and we had it. And then when I left office and Biden took over, he changed them back to lower than ever before. I put safety first. Obama, Biden, and the Democrats put policy first. And
notice how like he can't tell the difference between Biden and Obama. Like he gets confused. It's like, wait, like what are you saying? Like the way that MAGA says that like Biden was Obama was wearing Biden's skin. It's almost like he thinks that. Like he has no idea when anybody was or was not in charge. He's just like muttering. This man is in charge of the free world. He's like, excuse me, like my washed up reality star transportation secretary failed. The guy put in charge of the military has failed. I got to get out here and lie my face off.
Biden and the Democrats put policy first, and they put politics at a level that nobody's ever seen, because this was the lowest level. Their policy was horrible, and their politics was even worse. So as you know, last week, long before the crash, I signed an executive order restoring our highest standards for air traffic controllers and other important jobs.
Did you hear how he said long before the crash? So I just want you to know that he admits to this in this part. And when people start asking questions and being like, yeah, like you said, long before the crash, you changed all this policy. You fired the head of the FAA. Like nobody's in charge of this place. Like maybe that had something to do with it. And then all of a sudden he will switch to like, well, I just did this executive order 3 days ago. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. It was over a week ago, lie face.
Jobs throughout the country. So it was very interesting. About a week ago, almost upon entering office, I signed something last week that was an executive order, very powerful, on restoring the highest standards of air traffic controllers and others, by the way.
Yeah, that is a true story. He did put out an insane executive order that's extremely discriminatory and just says like, hey, there's just some people, DEI people have to go. You need to get out. That's basically what it says. It's one of the shortest executive orders he signed. It's just a couple of paragraphs. It's like, you DEI people, I'm going to find you and I'm going to get rid of you.
You can't have regular people doing that job. They won't be able to do it.
Can't have regular people doing that job, you guys. And like, I think we also need to understand like that the FAA, the Federal Aviation Administration, there are janitors there and there are aircraft traffic controllers, there are executive assistants. Do you know what I'm saying? This is a huge organization with all types. There's engineers, there's people working in cafeterias, like, so this, like, in his mind, for some reason, when he thinks of the FAA, like, the only job, I think, is an air traffic controller.
Will restore faith in American air travel. I'll have more to say about that. I do want to point out that various articles that appeared prior.
By articles, he means lies. Just want to be clear on that. But don't worry, I'll show you what he's talking about in a second.
Various articles that appeared prior to my entering office, and here's one. The FAA's diversity push includes focus on hiring people with severe intellectual and psychiatric disabilities. That is amazing.
Does anyone see anybody with that possibly could have a psychiatric issue? Anyone? Is this a little bit? It was very weird to have a possible psychiatric issue and then be like, psychiatric issues, we can't have those.
And then it says FAA says people with severe disabilities are most underrepresented segment of the workforce, and they want them in, and they want them. They can be air traffic controllers. I don't think so. This was in January 14th, so that was a week before I entered office. They put a big push to put diversity into the FAA's program.
So again, I'm going to show you all the receipts, but I'm going to let him lie a little bit. But I just want to be clear. This is not true. He is referencing a Fox News article that he fed the information to, right? They're referencing like his information from his executive or from his like White House fact sheet or whatever. And none of it's true. They're saying, like, in this, because, Fox just doesn't ever get anything correct. We know they have to, that's why they had to pay almost $1 billion for defamation. Trump is saying, hey, I had all these high standards for the FAA, and then Biden came and he lowered them and he started hiring people, DEI, people with disabilities. That's not true. The exact same language. In fact, the language you heard him read was in place when he was president. His entire term, the same type of disabilities he's describing and quotas, which this has to do with, civil rights and laws that have been passed for equity and equality, like from the 70s, right? And these same things were all in place during his first term. Same things were happening.
You can't have regular people doing that job.
I'm sorry. Just forgot to switch.
Their office, they put a big push to put
it's like this.
Diversity into the FAA's program. Then another article, the Federal Aviation Administration. This was before I got to office, recently, second term. The FAA is actively recruiting workers who suffer severe intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Can you imagine? These are people that are...
Yes, I can imagine, because I did research and I know that same language was on that same website when you were president the entire time, because I'm a person that's able to find information. You had those same policies on the exact same website, and they were doing the exact same thing.
I mean, actually, their lives are shortened because of the stress that they have. Brilliant people have to be in those positions, and their lives are actually shortened, very substantially shortened because of the stress, where you have many, many planes coming into one target.
Yeah, don't worry, you guys. I'm going to show you the receipts. I'll show you this stuff. Don't worry. But he's talking about the FAA website. He's reading policy. Well, what he's reading is a propaganda article that he most likely fed to Fox News, because it's not true, right? And we'll get to it. Reporters, which I'll be honest, at least some reporters were like, "Hey, you're not telling the truth." I was like, oh my God, he let a reporter in there that knows the difference between the truth and a lie. He also got super mad at Caitlin Collins for being like, hey, nothing you're saying is making sense. And he's like, I'm very surprised by you. But yeah, I'll also show you like the information. And again, everything I put in these outlines, it's in the Discord, in the live sources section. We put them like all the links to the information, the articles that lead to the other links you'll need if you want to be able to like research this more on your own. But again, I have screenshots. I'll show you all that stuff, and you can screenshot it as well if you want. We're getting there.
And I assume maybe this is the reason the FAA, which is overseen by Secretary Pete Buttigieg, a real winner. That guy's a real winner.
You see? No, Trump, that's not how it works. We learned for the last 4 years that whoever's in the White House and whoever is transportation secretary is blamed for all this stuff. That's what you did. Pete Buttigieg is no longer in the Secretary of Transportation. Joe Biden's no longer in the White House. All of this, by your own logic, is your fault. But oh yeah, he could not follow a line of logic to save his life. That is something, that's why I had to stop debating on TikTok. MAGA has a real problem with following a line of logic.
You know how badly everything's run since he's run this Department of Transportation? He's a disaster. He was a disaster as a mayor. He ran his city into the ground, and he's a disaster now. He's just got a good line of bullshit. The Department of Transportation is government agency charged with regulating civil aviation. Well, he runs it, 45,000 people, and he's run it right into the ground with his diversity. So I had to say that it's terrible. Then it's
terrible. Yeah, I had all the same policies I just listed to you guys. I actually had those in place during my first term. I'm just telling a bunch of lies and I'm blaming a bunch of people with false logic. Yeah, not one word of this is true. And that's like his problem. Why he's doing this is because Sean Duffy didn't go out there and lie. Pete Hegseth just read off a piece of paper. So he's like, someone's got to get out here and make up a bunch of shit. Why is it necessary to demonize the last administration? Oh, yeah, I can answer that question because nothing can ever be a narcissist's fault. That's why, right? I mean, it's deflection. Like, right? When he wasn't in charge, then he always had someone else to blame. But now, if something goes wrong, there will always be someone else under the wheels of the bus. And once right now, so excuse me, Pete Hegseth and Sean Duffy are lucky because right now Trump's thinking, okay, well, it's only a few days, but let's say a few months in, if something like this happens, Trump will throw one of them under the bus. He just will look around and first person he sees is under the wheels of the bus because it cannot. Yeah, you just have to understand the psychology of a narcissist, and this is why it comes in handy being raised by one. Like, they are God, right? That is the truth. That is their psychology. They cannot be wrong, right? Everyone else is a pawn in a game and they're transactional. It's what have you done for me lately? So if something goes wrong and it's looking like something might be their fault, they're literally just looking. These are all just pawns. Everyone he has hired is a pawn to eventually end up under the wheels of the bus. And that's why it's interesting. it just shows how delusional Republicans are. You watched his first administration. You watched him go through. How many people did that man throw under the wheels of the bus? How many people did he drive over, reverse, drive over again? And these people were like, oh, can I get in line to be driven? Can I get in line to end up under the wheels of the bus? Like, these people are not thinking people. Like, look at Mike Pence. And JD Vance is like, can I be vice president? Really? You want to end up like Mike Pence? Like, it's almost like these people aren't smart.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just note.
Oh, yeah. So here comes the ass kissing. So Trump just is like, hey, I'm going to just tell some lies. And then here comes the washed up reality star to just nothing of value again. He's added nothing of value. Now he's just going to be like, I just love you, Trump.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just note the president's leadership has been remarkable during this crisis. We have had a whole of government response, local, state, federal. And when you see that kind of cooperation, it begins with the leadership in this body. So thank you for that, Mr. President. You make our jobs a lot easier.
Gigi, that's a good question. What is the psychology of someone who puts themselves at the mercy of someone like him? Well, I mean, it's a survival strategy, right? Like, first of all, you have to understand why these people are on that side. What is the psychology of someone that's over there? Like, some of them have to be like Pete Hegseth. Pete Hegseth was a rhino. Pete Hegseth, you can find clip after clip of Pete Hegseth attacking Trump. Pete Hegseth was a John McCain Trump disapproving rhino. But then what happened to Pete Hegseth? He had scandal after scandal, right? He got his Fox it didn't start with the Fox producer. I've seen a guy who does, Oppo research on people, who was paid to do Oppo research on Pete Hegseth. I went over this report when they first announced him as a candidate. Pete Hegseth had a long history of unbelievably horrible things that involve women. And so the more he sullied his own image, like, you can't be the next John McCain if you can't hold your shit together. And what happens the worse you get? You move right. Because who will take you if you have, been credibly accused of rape? Trump. Right? I mean, these people are over there by necessity, but also, and why are they willing to take these chances? I mean, first of all, it's a survival mechanism, fawning. Like, if I say I love him, if I say he's the greatest, if I'm the nicest, maybe I won't end up under the wheels of the bus. And there's a trade-off, right? You have a certain amount of power. Even once he fires these people, you've gained something, it's they have essentially, a lot of these people have nothing to lose, but you have to watch the progression of why people move that way in the first place, right? Pete Hegseth wanted to be like the John McCain, but then he had to move, right? Because he just no longer had the reputation that could hold up.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just note the president's leadership has been remarkable during this crisis. We have had a whole of government response, local.
Trump posted weird things on True Social and then made up some lies. That has been the extent of Trump's leadership through this. I'd just like to thank Donald Trump for his leadership through this crisis.
State, federal, and when you see that kind of cooperation, it begins with the leadership in this body. So thank you for that, Mr. President. You make our jobs a lot easier.
Sean, you've done nothing. Please, Sean, just pipe down.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I would just note the president's leadership has been remarkable.
Sorry, I think I have that clip in there.
I want to echo what the Transportation Secretary and you, Mr. President, said.
He's like, oh, wait, I've got to kiss Trump's ass, too. He's like, hold on, I can't let Sean outdo me.
The Transportation Secretary and you, Mr. President, said, because it pertains to the DOD as well. We will have the best and brightest in every position possible. As you said in your inaugural, it is.
Hope this is your resignation then, Pete. Is this you admitting you shouldn't be in your job? Are you kidding me? It starts at the top, Pete. So we do not have the best and the brightest. What are you talking about?
Secretary and you, Mr. President, said, because it pertains to the DoD as well. We will have the best and brightest in every position possible. As you said in your inaugural, it is colorblind and merit-based. The best leaders possible, whether it's flying Black Hawks and flying airplanes, leading platoons, or in government. The era of DEI is gone at the Defense Department, and we need the best and brightest, whether it's in our air traffic control, or whether it's in our generals, or whether it's throughout government. So thank you for your leadership and courage on that, sir, and we'll stand by you on it.
Thank you for your leadership and courage on that, sir. I just need to just read something because I think I went over this yesterday, but again, like you're saying the military is going to be colorblind. We know because of data, right? Systemic racism exists. Again, I'm not talking about Billy, the guy in the infantry, is racist. That's not what systemic racism is. Because of policies, right? Black and brown people are being discriminated against. And I was just finding some of them and like put this just a few together, right? Promotion and leadership. Studies have shown lower promotion rates for service members of color, particularly in higher office ranks. So that as of 2020, racial minorities remained underrepresented in senior military leadership positions compared to their overall representation in the forces. Military justice data analysis has revealed racial disparities in military justice administration. Black service members have historically faced court-martial proceedings and disciplinary actions at disproportionately higher rates than white service members for similar infractions. Oh, you mean Black people are being over-policed in the military too? So my point is, when they're saying get rid of DEI, we're colorblind, what they're saying is we're going to ignore what data tells us is happening, right? It's undeniable. Black and brown people in the military are being discriminated against, and they're saying we're going to be blind to that fact. Cool story.
You know that paper is more sophisticated.
Oh yeah, women too. But this was just when the reason I did this or was putting this together had to do with specifically the words colorblind. When they say colorblind, what they mean is we will be ignoring the obvious discrimination that exists inside the military. That's why you don't say the word colorblind, because clearly there are different colors, there are different races, there are different ethnicities, and people are being discriminated based upon that. That is why you don't say we're colorblind. We don't see color, because discrimination is happening. When you say the words we're colorblind, you're saying, hey, I'm going to ignore the statistical data that is showing that people that are different colors than me are being discriminated against. And that's why we say, I do see color, and I recognize that systemically, people are being discriminated against, and we need to look at the data, impact studies, statistical analysis that shows us these things, and we need to try to remedy that, right? That's what DEI is. It has to do with math and numbers and understanding reality. And they're saying, hey, we're going to deny reality and continue promoting unqualified Nepo babies.
On DEI and the claims that you've made, are you saying this crash was somehow caused and the result of diversity hiring? And what evidence have you seen to support these claims?
It just could have been. We have a high standard. We've had a much higher standard than anybody else. And there are things where you have to go by brain power. You have to go by psychological quality. And psychological quality is a very important element of it. These are various very powerful tests that we put to use, and they were terminated by Biden. And Biden went by a standard that's the exact opposite. So
again, that is a lie. And she asked, is there evidence? He has no evidence. So imagine there are family members of people who are lost and most likely no longer with us. And instead of saying one word about those people, never once expressing empathy or saying, hey, we're going to get you the information you need. Not a word. He made up lies about Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg. This is not, in fact, a leader.
We don't even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you.
This is Caitlin Collins. So this is the first time, right? Caitlin Collins from CNN. This is the she's in the press corps, and she's asking. This is the first time he never mentions the victims. Never says, hey, like, we're going to give some updates to the families. Like, we're working on it. Here's what we think's going on. She's like, hey, what about the people who are under the water? Have you found any of them?
We don't even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats.
Oh, no, that is
DEI
true.
policies.
Sorry, I got to give someone credit in the comments. He did have that weird moment of silence at the beginning and then never had the moment. That is true. That's fair. He did do that at the beginning. There was that very weird where he read something he clearly didn't write. And then it's just like, anyways.
We don't even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people, you mean the names of the people that are on the plane, you think that's going to make a difference?
Does it comfort their families?
They are
Yeah, it might make a difference to people who are wondering if their family member is no longer with us. Do we think that's going to make a difference? Like, hello, there's a monster in our midst. Like, are you kidding? This is a press conference about a plane crash. He's pissed at her too. Listen, he gets real mad.
We don't even yet know the names of the 67 people who were killed, and you are blaming Democrats and DEI policies and air traffic control and seemingly the member of the U.S. military who was flying that Black Hawk helicopter. Don't you think you're getting ahead of the investigation right now?
No, I don't think so at all. I don't think with the names of the people, you mean the names of the people that are on the plane, you think that's going to make a difference?
Does it comfort their families?
They are a group of people that have lost their lives. If you want to list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question. I'm surprised coming from you.
Are you blaming your We don't even yet know the name.
And called her dumb. I was about to say there's something wrong with him, but that's like the most obvious statement all time. Wait, what did he say?
You think that's going to make a difference?
Does it comfort their families?
They are a group of people that have lost their lives.
They are a group of people who have lost their lives. No mother effing respect. And I'm someone like, because I don't have a good relationship with death, really. Like I have has to do with the trauma I experienced as a child. So like, I don't even acknowledge death sometimes in a healthy way, but like, come on. They're a group of, you think that's going to make a difference? They're a group of people that lost their lives. Like, shut up. This has to be the biggest failure of a press conference in U.S. history. And then he belittles her as a woman, as an investigative reporter, as a reporter in the White House press corps. Like, please don't insult her intelligence. She's not the one found lacking here. It's you.
If you want a list of the names, we can give you that. We'll be giving that very soon. We're in coordination with American Airlines. We're in coordination very strongly, obviously, with the military. But I think that's not a very smart question. I'm surprised coming from you.
Are you blaming your
That's not a very smart question. What he means is you're going to pay for that. You know that's the Queen's mob boss. Don't embarrass me. Yeah, this whole press conference, and I'll give Sean Duffy, the washed up reality star, credit. You know, our new transportation secretary, who's a washed up reality star. He didn't have any information in that first press conference when he was alone. But you know what he did? He expressed remorse over and over and over. You know what I mean? That's what Sean Duffy did. All he said was like, "Hey, all I care about are the lies, are the people, the people's families, the people who are missing." So at least he has effective empathy. Like this, I find this quite disturbing, and it'll be interesting to see if Sean Duffy changes that, because you can't really express empathy. You either get in line with this or you get out.
Have I spoken to President Putin?
I have not, no.
Mr. President, on your executive board.
Not about this.
President question, if I may. On your executive board, have I spoken to President Putin?
I have not, no.
Mr. President, on your executive board.
Not about this.
President question, if I may. On your executive board, have I spoken to President Putin?
I have not, no.
Mr. President, on your
Have you spoken to Putin? So also, I love that, because, and he goes about this, like, no, have you ended the Ukraine war? Remember all of the promises you made? Remember how a gallon of eggs is like $10 and only getting worse? And they're literally forecasting it's going to get worse. Remember when there's like 2 different outbreaks? We've got a tuberculosis outbreak and bird flu that's now jumped to cows. And have you ended the Ukraine war? No.
Have I spoken to President Putin?
I have not, no.
Mr. President, on your executive board.
Not about this.
President question, if I may. On your executive board, have I spoken to President Putin?
Yeah. Failure. It gets worse from here, dude.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you. We see like everyday life that's very often.
Oh, I'm fascinated. Like, I don't know who's saying this question, but because I went over this yesterday. If you were here for yesterday's show, I was showing you guys examples. Like, they are letting people who are not real journalists, these aren't reporters anymore, right? Like, Steve Bannon's like, it's just this blonde girl he hired a few years ago is now in the press corps. Benny Johnson, just random people who have no business being in the White House press corps and have no qualifications are now getting press credentials. So listen closely to this question, because this is someone who's very clearly not, has a foreign accent, but is saying something negative about DEI hires. Like, this man is basically saying, hey, we know that DEI hires cause trouble. Are you going to fire them all? Seems like a very weird thing to say. Like, I'm fascinated by foreigners who support Trump when he has things like the Muslim ban going on. You know what it's crazy. It's like, you're next in line. Like, he doesn't like you either.
Yeah, please, go ahead.
Thank you. We see like everyday life that's very often those diversity hires cause sometimes issues, as you just mentioned. So
he said, in everyday life, those diversity hires cause issues. That is what this man said. I know they're gonna do an SNL skit on this. I don't even know if it'll be funny. Like, this should be an SNL skit. Like, what is happening? That's what he said. Those diversity hires, they cause issues. Are you going to get rid of them?
Yes, thank you. We see like everyday life that's very often those diversity hires cause sometimes issues, as you just mentioned. So what plan do you have? Are we going to see some fire? Are you going to fire some of those diversity hires in the federal government? What's plan do you have?
I would say the answer is yes. If we find that people aren't mentally competent, you see the language. The language is put out by them. And if you see that, I'm not going to bore you by reading it again, but these are not people that should be doing this particular job. They'd be very good for certain jobs, but not people that should be doing this particular job.
I know. That's what I was going to say. Like, Caden said, bro wants to know if he's losing his job. Exactly. Like, just to be clear, when we talk about DEI, to Donald Trump, that is anybody who's not a straight, white, Anglo-Saxon, Protestant male. The term WASP. That's what, it's everyone, sir. It's, and an American, right? American, not by birth, by blood. So, sir, not you. Like, what are you lost, sir? It's like, are these people serious? He's like, maybe if I act like I'm on their team, they won't notice me. No, I know something like there's a creator on this app who I'm not going to name because I don't want to, but he's a pretty big creator, and like he used to be like in the alt-right, but now he's a leftist creator. And like he always, when we used to talk, we don't talk anymore, but when we used to talk about like his experience in the alt-right. And he would explain that to me. He's like, it's always interesting to watch people like Nick Fuentes, who's part Mexican. And he's like, these people that think like they will fit in. It doesn't, you will never, in the alt-right, you'll never be one of them unless you are truly one of them. Like, it's delusion. Like, you're gonna kiss up until what? You're next up. You'll never be one of them. Stop. Like, how many Hispanic people voted for Trump that are now hiding in their houses? Like, you're never going to be on their team. Stop.
Today blamed the diversity elements, but then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. We then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't.
You don't have common sense. At the time of this press conference, you had no knowledge of anything. You have no idea why this crash occurred. No idea. And you're just making up lies. But this reporter, I was like, oh, you're probably getting thrown out of the press corps for asking this question.
But then told us that you weren't sure that the controllers made any mistake. We then said perhaps the helicopter pilots were the ones who made the mistake.
It's all under investigation.
I understand that. That's why I'm trying to figure out how you can come to the conclusion right now that diversity had something to do with this crash.
Because I have common sense, okay? And unfortunately, a lot of people don't. We want brilliant people doing this. This is a major chess game at the highest level. When you have 60 planes coming in during a short period of time, and they're all coming in different directions, and you're dealing with very high-level computer work and very complex computers. And one of the other things I will tell you is that the systems that were built, I was going to rebuild the entire system, and then we had an election that didn't turn out the way it should have.
I was going to rebuild the entire system. You can barely use your phone. Please stop. You have no idea what you're talking about. Like, are you joking? And again, when he says DEI, when he tries to blame it, all he's saying is, hey, this isn't going to be my fault, right? Like, that's what he's saying. He's saying, I just spent the last 4 years in concert with Fox News and the rest of my propaganda machines, blaming every single thing that happened, even though it made no logical sense, on Biden for sitting in the White House. And now we can no longer follow that line of logic. So what I'm saying here is I'm going to find someone to blame this on. If I have to say someone was mentally ill, I'm going to say that. If there's got to be a woman near this somewhere I can blame, like I'm going to blame it on a woman. Or if there's if someone's too tan, I'm going to blame it on that person. Or a combination of all those things. That's exactly what he's saying. Somehow I am blaming this on someone, not me. Why am I seeing Rachel Maddow when that's not what I'm seeing on my screen? I'm so confused by what's going on. Oh, there we go.
The cited FAA text that you read is real, but the implication that this policy is new or that it stems from efforts.
Oh, this is the reporter. The lies I keep telling you about, that everything Trump said is a lie. Like, I mean, we know that, but specifically what he read, and I'll show you the text after this. This is like one of the last questions. And this reporter is just like, hey, yeah, like you're reading the text accurately, But those policies were in place during your first term too. You were hiring disabled people in the FAA. Like I said, you can be a janitor in the Federal Aviation Administration. You can work in a cafeteria. You could be an engineer. You could be an air traffic controller. You could be a manager. You can do all sorts of things, right? That's a huge organization. And sometimes they hire people with certain disabilities. And I'll show you the language, but like this is primarily people like who maybe have some hearing disabilities, or you know what I'm saying? Just people that require like ADA like assistance.
That began under President Biden or the Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg is demonstrably false. It's been on the FAA's website.
That,
no, it's on the website, the FAA's website. It was there in 2013. It was there for the entirety.
What I read.
It was there for the entirety of your administration too. So my question is, why didn't you change the policy during your first administration?
I did change it. I changed the Obama policy, and we had a very good policy. And then Biden came in and he changed it. And then when I came in 3 days ago, I signed a new order bringing it to the highest level of intelligence. Okay.
It's on the website.
Please. Quiet.
Did you hear him say quiet? Do you hear the guy in the background? He's saying, sir, respectfully, it was on the website the whole time. You didn't change it. Like, and he's like, quiet. Don't you dare tell the truth. What you just saw is what the only thing you're not allowed to do. You don't live fact check Trump's lies. Right? That's during the election. That's what he would tell people. You cannot live fact check my lies. After the fact, you can say I was lying, but you don't live fact check me. This whole time he lied, and that guy's like, hey, like, you're not telling the truth. And he's like, quiet. I'm allowed to lie publicly as much as I want. Yeah, I like that too, McDoodoo's dad. Hi, Mark. But I like that they're calling him out too, but this guy's probably going to be gone. We'll probably never see these reporters again who did this. So everyone say goodbye to whoever it was that just did this, because he's probably never allowed in the press corps again. RIP. Thank you for fact checking Trump. But yeah. So here's the actual, if you guys want to screenshot this and then you can just look this up. But this is the Snopes fact check. And then I'll show you another good article to fact check this by. But this is a fact check from Snopes. FAA policy about hiring people with intellectual disabilities has existed for over a decade. Now, isn't that what that reporter just said? Now let's do math. It's 2025, over a decade. The guy said it's been on the website. It's been in place since 2013. Yeah, I think that's what that reporter was calling him out on. Sir, you're lying. Like, you've been sitting up here lying. Posts by Elon Musk and others implied that a long-standing policy was the result of a recent emphasis on diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. Here we go. And this is the article that Trump was reading from. On January 14th, remember Trump was saying, before I was even in the presidency, Fox News and the New York Post. Oh, so Rupert Murdoch, the rags that feed you. Keep tapping the screen. You guys are doing an amazing job. Thank you. We're at 200 at 215. We're at 205 at 215. This is amazing. Let's see if we can be at 300K by 3. Right on the hour. You guys are doing amazing. Thank you so much for tapping the screen. I appreciate it. Oh, and one more thing. And Tanya, I saw your super chat. Thank you. Trump's press conferences are going to very quickly only be propaganda with pretend journalists asking pre-screened questions. I could not agree more. Like, I want Trump to not do that. But that's, yeah. I mean, this is Russian state media, right? You ask Putin a question he didn't allow you to ask, and you might not be around. No one may ever hear from you again. Oh, thanks, William Russell. He said this live rules. Thank you so much for being here. Tap this screen. Police run for office. You have more police. No, like, you guys have to understand my personality. There's people that want to, like Kamala, like, there's two schools of thought, right? You can change an organization from within. Like, that's why Kamala was a black woman who wanted to be in the DOJ. You know, she's like, if I don't want black people to be over policed, like, I need to get inside the organization and change it. And then there's the school of thought of like, I'm going to critique the organization from the outside, you know, like, I'm going to dissent and use my voice to point out hypocrisy. And that's more me, right? But I said this, you got, actually now there's 612 people, because I was saying this when there was like 200 people. Fax and I had a call. If you guys know the creator Will Westmoreland, I think he's starting a PAC, like a super PAC, where we will focus on like local elections. And so I think I might be part of that. Like, I had a call with Fax about it, and I'll let you guys know, and there will probably be opportunities to help and do things with that. Yeah, so like, that's something I can do. Like, I have no problem being part of a PAC. Like, I liked what the Lincoln Project does. It's just, am I meant to be part of an organization and be told what I can and can't think and like toe the party line? No, I'm the person that develops my own lines of logic and critiques things from the outside, right? Like, I'm not meant to operate within a system. But yeah, I get what you guys are saying. But yeah, I mean, I can yell really loud from outside of it. Yeah, what was I just saying right now? I feel like I got off topic. Where were we? I feel like I was about to say something and now I can't remember what it was. Oh, I do need to read something. Trudy, I'm sorry, Trudy. I saw this and I forgot it for like 10 minutes. Trudy said, working, so this is the makeup for not being able to tap as much. Thank you for the $20, Trudy. That's amazing. I appreciate you so much. You're amazing. So again, the beginning of this press conference, when Trump started mentioning that Fox News article, this is the news article. It was taken down and then it was reposted on the New York Post. I love the Wayback Machine and how you can't hide anything on the internet. Among others, ran a story that not so subtly tried to link a January 5th Alaska Airlines incident in which a Boeing 737, remember it lost pressure, the door plug was opened mid-flight, to an allegedly, so they tried to again push this propaganda that Trump's lying about in this press conference on January 5th. And they said it was due to DEI. This is the same thing. So this is what Trump was reading. The Federal Aviation Administration is actively recruiting workers who suffer intellectual disabilities, psychiatric problems. Imagine being Trump and saying there's something wrong with a psychiatric problem, and other mental and physical conditions under a diversity and inclusion hiring initiative spelled out on the agency's website. Targeted disabilities are those disabilities that the federal government, as a matter of policy, has identified for special emphasis in recruitment and hiring. They include, this is what I was telling you guys, it's people with hearing, vision, missing extremities. Like, oh, we can't hire people who don't have a hand. Like, Trump is awful. But you remember what is it his nephew, Fred Trump, that's named after his dad, who has a son that is disabled? And Trump, and this came out in July. It's a New York Times article. It's like Trump's nephew was interviewed. His name is like Fred. You could look this up. It's horrific. And has a disabled child. And Trump basically told him like, hey, maybe it's better if he's not here. Like, and there's interviews this guy has done about it. And he's like, oh, that's when I knew it was awful. So like, if you're wondering if Trump like does not value these people, yeah, no, that's real. No one cared. This was pre-election and everyone's like, that's fine. Partial paralysis. Oh yeah, we shouldn't have let those people work. There's nothing, your brain still works if you're paralyzed. Complete paralysis, epilepsy, severe intellectual disability, psychiatric disability, and dwarfism. Yeah, like, so again, this policy that Trump is saying Biden did this and he ruined everything. This was in place when Trump was president. That's what that reporter was saying. You're not telling the truth. This was on the website since 2013. Be honest. Cool. Thank you for the gift. He dropped him from the family insurance. Oh yeah, I haven't read that article in a while. I haven't read that in a while. I need to look that up. The FAA's website shows the agent's guidelines on diversity hiring were last updated on March 3rd, 2022. All eyes have been on the FAA and airline industry in recent days after a plug door, blah, blah, blah. That's from the Fox article. These reports were heavily shared. So now who's the culprit? Here comes Elmo. Elon Musk took this Fox article that Trump is reading from and spread it all over the internet on X. Somehow Elmo is always involved in propagating these lies. Then, here we go. The cited FAA text is real. That's what the reporter was reading. He was probably reading this. Like, these are the words you heard that reporter saying. But the implication that the policy is new or that it stems from efforts that began under U.S. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg and President Biden was demonstrably false. It has been included on the FAA's websites since as least as early as February 2013. It's almost like the reporter said that to Trump and he was like, quiet. It was present during the entirety of the Trump administration, and it remains present at the time of this reporting. So when this was reported early January, it was still there. I don't think it's there anymore. But just to be clear, Trump's a lie face. Trump has an issue with telling the truth. In response to their reporting, right, because this article that Trump was just reading from that press conference, the Fox article, the FAA told Fox News that their hiring policies, and here's the real kicker, this is also another, Trump's lies are layered, right? And this is the point of DEI. Just because, right, you can be hired by the Federal Aviation Administration and be disabled or have a disability does not mean you don't still have to meet rigorous qualifications depending on position, right? So if you're Black, you have to pass the same test to be a pilot that white people pass. If you are LGBTQIA, same standards. If you're a woman, same standards to be a pilot, same test, right? Same thing for air traffic controllers, same rigorous standards, same thing in the military. Whatever position, whatever your job is in the military, same standards, right? And if you can't pass them in the military, right, you can't be a combat, but maybe you could be a cook. And you know, not, I mean, maybe you could do something else, but there are rigorous standards that everybody has to pass. And that's the point. Trump suffers with the truth. And then this is additionally, right? So now I've switched articles, and this is just another point. This is another layer of Trump's lies, which I thought was interesting. Additionally, during Trump's first term, the FAA, this is when Trump was president. So Trump's up there being like, ew, Biden did all of this. The FAA launched a pilot program in 20 guys hear me now? Okay, I think it's back. Yay. Sorry, I didn't do that to myself, I promise. Did you guys hear me? Okay, you hear me now? That's so weird. I don't know why that happens. It's almost like the live is still on, but I can't, nope, nothing will work. And it just freezes. I don't know what just happened. Okay, cool. Hold on, let me reconnect my iPad and other things. What else do I need? Oh, wait, Twitch. Where's Twitch? Give me 1 second. Twitch, I can't find. Can you guys hear me? Oh, hi, Talia. Disabled veterans are heavily hired in those roles. I know exactly. That's the saddest part too. He's talking about veterans. I mean, it doesn't matter who he's talking about that's disabled. Like disabled people can't do anything. There's disabled Olympians. Like, what are you talking about, sir? Where is Twitch? Hold on, I'm coming, Twitch. Is it still open? Probably. Huh? Oh, it is. Okay. Sorry. We're back. Okay. None of that was my fault. Blame TikTok. It just seems to be happening lately. Okay. Anyways, what I was trying to say was this is separate from all the stuff that Trump did, Biden did. Keep tapping the screen. We're doing a great job. We didn't lose our spot. So good. We're almost at 300K. You guys are doing amazing. Tap, tap, tap. And let's get some more people back in here. Everyone share the live with 10 people. Sorry, we had some technical difficulties. Like I said, once TikTok was turned off, it has never been the same since, in my humble opinion. Okay. So what I was saying before we were so rudely turned off by the internet was that during Trump's first term, separate from what we're talking about, the FAA launched a pilot program in 2019 to enroll up to 20 people with disabilities in training courses for careers in air traffic operations. The candidates in this program will receive the same rigorous consideration in terms of aptitude, medical, and security qualifications as those individuals considered for a standard public opening for air traffic controller jobs, according to a press release. I know. I think Trump shut down the live. No, I'm just kidding. Not a conspiracy theorist. But just to be clear, Trump did this during his administration. So separate from all of those policies Trump's blaming on Biden, wow. Thank you so much, Miller. Lovely to see you. Thank you for the galaxy. You're amazing. All of that, separate from that, Trump had a pilot program to help people with disabilities who, again, could meet all the same rigorous qualifications. That's what we need to know. What people are constantly, MAGA has a problem with, reading facts, lines of logic, right? Just because you are disabled, just because you are brown or black, just because you are a woman, just because you are gay, does not mean you don't have to meet the same standards to be an air traffic controller. It's unbelievable. Like, no offense, this is going to come as a shock. Like, I'm a pansexual, part indigenous Mexican, part black woman, and I am and like I've been diagnosed with PTSD, so like questionable mental health, and I am so much smarter. My IQ is so much higher than Donald Trump's that it's not even funny. All the things, you know what I'm saying? Like, all I'm trying to point out is none of those things preclude you from being better than than men. Like, it's so confusing to me. It's the sad mediocrity. It's the protection of like, hey, we Caucasian men are used to failing up, and some of you other people are getting in the way of us failing up, and we do not appreciate it. Please get out of our way of failing up consistently so we can continue to promote each other and pat each other on the back for mediocrity. Like, that's all I can figure. Like, that's what it is. You got, like, why are you scared of competing with women? Oh, because you might find out you're not good enough. It's almost like I smell your insecurity, Trump. It's ridiculous. Like, in a real meritocracy, you would pick the most qualified person, which was not Pete Hegseth. It's not you. It's not yourself, right? It's not the guy who isn't an accountant you want to run the IRS. Right? This is not a meritocracy. In fact, it's quite the opposite. This is protecting mediocre men. Operation Protect Mediocre Men. Like, who is the most educated cross-section in America? Black women. That's who it is. Surprise. We'd have all black women air traffic controllers if we wanted to do this right. If we really want to do this right, we'd all be Jasmine Crockett. Then we'd all be firing on all cylinders. So again, Trump had a pilot program during his presidency to get people with disabilities who could meet the same exact standards as people without to be air traffic controllers. Everything Trump said during that everything Trump said during that press conference is demonstrably false. Every single word. Like, and really what I think he was doing, I was thinking about this when I was clipping it. Like, I think that was like a training exercise for Sean Duffy and Pete Hegseth. He's like, let me show you guys how to obfuscate, distort, spread misinformation, disinformation. Like, you know, he's like, you guys, I'm going to put on a clinic for you guys of what I expect to see. This is how you spread propaganda and lies. Next, I'm trying to think of where I want to go with this because I want to get through. This is taking longer than I thought. I'm just thinking, what time is it? Tapping. Okay, well, tap the screen. We're doing a great job. There's 420 people in here, and I don't think that's a coincidence. Hold on, let me check. I just want to check and make. Oh, I knew I probably had things to read. Okay, Miss Miller. I heard there were Russian skaters in the plane. It's not just Russians. I heard that too. Yeah. It's not just Russian skaters. It's also US figure skaters. Like, there was, and I didn't read too deep into it because I didn't have time. I had so many things to clip this morning, but I also read like a few articles on this. And like, yeah, there's both Russian figure skaters, like talented professional ones, I think, and US figure skaters. They were coming from a figure skating a figure skating camp in Kansas and flying back to Washington, D.C. Yeah. I read that too. Very sad. I forgot about that. Thank you, Alicia. Appreciate that. And Christina says, Stephen Hawking was a genius and paralyzed. Stephen, yeah, literally the smartest person in the world. Like, couldn't move his body and had to like speak through blowing into a straw. Smartest person in the world. But don't explain that to Trump. He'd be like, excuse me, get that disabled person away from me. Like, that's what people in the military said he was saying about disabled veterans. Like, hey, like, I don't like looking at them. This is Donald Trump. And again, don't ask me. Ask his nephew who has a disabled child. Who Trump was like, I don't like him. Like, this is not news to anyone, right? And that is something that is so true. That's a very good point. Thank you, Christina, because that is something Trump doesn't get, right? Like, is it, and I don't want to get it wrong because again, I'm not a doctor, but is it cerebral palsy? Like, what is the illness where you lose control of your body completely, but your brain works 100% fine? If you can't hear me, just leave the live and come back in. Because it might be. I see you said muted. Just probably leave the live. Because I have my ears in and I can hear myself. Everyone else can hear me, right? Because I can hear myself in my ears. Yeah. Yeah, cerebral palsy. Thank you. Thank you, Lexi. ALS is one too. There's a lot of neurological where you lose control of your body, but like cerebral palsy, I mean, you're losing control of like your muscular system. Well, no, because MS is also has MS is degrading your brain. It's lesions on your brain. But I'm just saying, cerebral palsy, you're losing control of your body, but your brain is functioning fine. Like you guys might not know this but I'm somewhat, when I was a child, I was somewhat of a wonderkind, like I had very high IQ scores. So there's like, you go to magnet schools, they're called the International Baccalaureate program. And I was in there, and one of the smartest kids in there was alongside me. She was an Iranian girl. She could not move her body, ranked first. And I mean, this was the most competitive. I was literally the dumbest person in this program. And I got a athletic scholarship. So then I was like, I don't need to be here. You guys are too smart. But the smartest person in the International Baccalaureate program in my school was someone whose body could not move. So but you can't explain that to people like Donald Trump, because in his mind, like, if you're not able-bodied, there's some, it's icky to him. He doesn't understand, like, your brain can work. It's the same. Think about MAGA and what they did to Biden. Like, they could not mentally understand that, like, hey, you can have a stutter, and that doesn't mean that something is wrong with your brain. Like, they can't grasp that those two things could be unrelated. So yeah, I'm not surprised. But yeah, thank you. The Stephen Hawking analogy is really good. Like, you don't need to be able-bodied. You don't need limbs to use your brain. Like, now we just need to tell the man in charge of our country. Okay, I think we should go to this because it's kind of important. So many scary executive orders are being rammed through. You guys know I used to be a teacher, so I think this one is important. This came out yesterday. It's called Ending Radical Indoctrination in K through 12 Schooling. I put it in a link to it in the Discord earlier. I think I put it pretty much on all my platforms, like on Blue Sky, in Substack, and on X earlier, because I was just like, this is an authoritarian takeover of schools. Let's listen to this, and then we can talk about what we think. But and also, I know everyone's going to say, who is this? And I would need to follow her. I enlarged her name on TikTok, and I'll show it to you guys after, so don't worry.
Dropped, and it is a full-blown attempt at an authoritarian takeover of education. Remember, executive orders take effect immediately unless they mention a start date. Part of this order has a start date, and some of it starts tomorrow. Even if a judge blocks this in a few days, the government is going to start tracking and monitoring schools for these topics that they call indoctrination immediately. But within 90 days, there will be a plan in place called an ending indoctrination strategy. This is the plan for stripping schools of as much funding as legally possible if teachers treat trans students as human beings, acknowledge racism, or teach the true history of our country. Within 90 days, schools are going to have to choose between teaching the truth or keeping their funding. One phrase they use a lot is discriminatory equity ideology. This is what they call teaching true history or acknowledging racism and sexism and white supremacy. Equity ideology? Discriminatory equity? They are attacking the rights of everyone who isn't white and cis. And see right here, by pedophilia and the lie that schools are offering diagnoses and treatments, they say they will enforce the law and file appropriate actions against teachers and school officials who violate the law by facilitating the social transition of a student. Schools will also lose funding for facilitating the social transition of a student. That includes using their preferred name or pronouns, or referring to a non-binary student as non-binary, or allowing them to play sports with their peers, or use their preferred restroom or locker room. And mind you, they are also coming after schools with gender-inclusive restroom options. And there is no distinction that says, well, if the student's parents accept their child for who they are, none of this applies. No! What about their parental rights, or the parental rights of Black people or people of color or Indigenous peoples? Hello! Ongoing investigations will be conducted to ensure compliance with all of this. But that's not all. They're also pushing nationalist propaganda. They're calling for patriotic education. They call this a presentation of the history of America, grounded in an accurate, honest, unifying, inspiring, and ennobling characterization of America's founding and foundational principles. Their idea of patriotic education is lying. This is blatant nationalist indoctrination. Yes, a judge might block some of all of this order, but that won't erase the harm. The rhetoric here leads to distrust of teachers. The fear installed in LGBTQIA plus youth is not going to go away, and the push to right-wing indoctrination is going to continue. This was in Agenda 47. This was on Fox News, on the campaign trail in the speeches. It was in Project 2025. Please do not look away.
I love her. I can tell people, I see people in the comments know who she is. I love her too. Me too. And her name is Mrs. Frazzled. You can screenshot this, follow her. If you don't know a lot about gentle parenting or about other things, like, highly recommend this account. The coolest thing about TikTok, like, the most I ever learned, like, I talk about these different stages of my life where I got these free educations. I just can't express how much I've learned from TikTok. Like, TikTok can open your mind to things you never knew for free every single day. And she is one of those people. Like, absolutely, that's the best part. That's the magic of TikTok, and enjoy it while you can, people, before Elon Musk or creepy Dr. Phil or God knows who else buys this place and ruins it all. Miller, thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Miller says, you're doing amazing work. We love you, Felice. Also, take all my money. This is by far cheaper than my degree costs. Check your Discord messages. Oh, okay. Thank you. No, TikTok is the cheapest education. Amen to that. Thank you. TikTok is the cheapest education I ever got. As people doing, I'm enrolled in African American Studies and History class in TikTok University. I know, hang out on BIPOC TikTok. I learned so much about myself, about diversity. Yeah, TikTok can change your life. But yeah, this is real life. Like, she's not kidding. If you want to look more into this, again, this is ending radical indoctrination in K through 12 schooling. And I just wanted to say a couple things. Like she said, some of this has a start date that's a little bit later, but most of this goes into effect now. It might be blocked by judge. Like, I've been hearing people say, and I actually think, unless you are, let's say that, I think it's fair to say, like, MAGA wants to believe, they're like, we have a mandate, like 80% of the country agrees with us. No, they don't, right? I would say fairly, let's say 30% of the country are these MAGA people. And that might be extreme, but like 30% of these people are like the people who can get on board with all of this insane stuff. And I think that's overestimate, but yeah, I agree. But I'm just saying, give them their, okay, let's say you're 30%, but then the rest of these people, I keep hearing people saying things. It's almost like, I think we're in the bargaining stages of grief where people are like, okay, like, I hear people on debates on TikTok saying like, well, why are you guys freaking out? Like, it's no big deal because a judge blocked it. Like, birthright citizenship hasn't ended. Like, a judge blocked it for 2 weeks, or like, a judge will probably block this, or it's not enforceable. Like, are you guys kidding me? How tired must MAGA be from dragging the goalposts on their back? Remember in October when it was none of this will ever happen? Trump has never heard of Project 2025. Now every single word of Project 2025 is being issued in executive orders. This is Trump's dream. Trump is saying, if I had my way, this is how this country would be. If there was absolutely not one person left to stand up to me, I would rob you all, right? I would take your civil liberties. I would take your freedoms. I would take your ability to self-actualize. Women, I would literally take your ability to make decisions about your own bodies. I would tell you what to do every day, what to think. You would worship me and only me. Like, this is what he would do. And still, I feel like people are trying to bargain in the stage. They're in the bargaining stage of grief where they're like, oh, but like the guardrails will hold. It's, well, a judge struck it down. Like they're trying to make sense of it and like say, well, it's not that bad that I voted for him, or like, okay, maybe I don't agree. It's crazy, the birthright citizenship, but okay, like he's going to end the war in Ukraine. I literally know someone said that to me. Somebody who I actually really care about said those words to me. And I was like, okay, I don't know if we could speak anymore. Like, and I mean, truly, this is where we're at. People are saying these things in this head. Yeah, someone asked if I'm on Substack. Yes, and I'm posting there a lot because I've been having a lot of feelings and thoughts. So, pretty much across the internet, it's A Girl Has No Name, and in my link tree in all my bios. If you're on Twitch, if you're on YouTube, wherever you are, my link tree is in my bio and all of my follow links are in there. Definitely follow me on Substack because I'm really feeling Substack. I like it because that's where like independent journalists are. I think we should all like try to focus on getting our news from Substack. Like it's pretty much going to be the new X, I think, because X is becoming unbearable. I just have to be on X to like check on what the enemy within is up to. That's what I'm going to call them from now on. Keep referring to us as that. Yeah, I really like Substack. It's growing on me. Every day I've been on there. It's getting better. Oh, I'm on Blue Sky. Yeah. No, I'm on there. Yeah. Like I said, all the links are in the bio. I post on Blue Sky too. But I'm just saying, Substack's like independent journalists are posting really good journalism. It's just a great source of news. Is Elon involved in Substack? Listen, we can't get too hung up in. There's a tech oligarch involved in our lives, pretty much everything we do at this point. Like, and since tech is the main way we can reach each other and organize, like we can't be too picky. But actually, I'm going to get to that. Like, I do think we should all stay off Meta platforms. I have something to show you guys in a second, and a very clear reason why I do think we need to all stay off Meta platforms. Uh-oh, the tech bros got to Felice. LOL. No, they did not. I knew the tech bros before they were tech bros. I came from the tech industry. I worked for a huge social media company pre-IPO. They did not all used to be like this. Elon Musk was always bad. This is new. But yeah, what Mark Zuckerberg is doing, it's almost like he's having this like second chance to prove he's a man or something. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, it's like he was a nerd who wasn't accepted as a child. Like, if you've ever worked in the tech industry, if you come from the tech world, you're going to totally know exactly what I'm saying. The reason, like, the tech world is 90% male, 10% female. There's a lot of SA and things like that going on. And it's like a lot of the engineers and people who, this is in my opinion, engineers and people, it's like they never had friends. They never like got the girl. And then they're like, all of a sudden have all this money and they don't know what to do with it. And they're behaving in weird ways. And weird, inappropriate ways. And I feel like Mark Zuckerberg went through that once, like became a billionaire, and now he's like almost going through it again. He's like, wait, I could fit in with the red pill bros. Like, this is my chance. Yes, I have seen Mark Zuckerberg's hair. I have spent like an hour talking about who Mark Zuckerberg is a billionaire. So that look change, like he's wearing baggy clothes and like gold chains. Like, he's going through a midlife. Mark Zuckerberg is going through a crisis. Anyways, I'm going to show you why I think we should. I erased all my content. If you like, I have the link to my Instagram. There's nothing on there. I deleted all the content. I had thousands of videos on it. I just don't know if I can stand anymore to be on a Meta platform, but we shall see. No, he's in a midlife crisis. No, that look doesn't appeal to anyone, Mark. Mark, you're not appealing to the young people. You're appealing to no one. Please don't make us look at it. Oh, Faith says rewrite history and force the agenda in our school. We were warned and no one was listening. Exactly. So when people are shocked or whatever's going on, they're in the bargaining stages of grief where they're like, can you believe this is happening? I definitely can, because I was screaming for the last year that this was happening. No one should be surprised by this, except for if you've never read anything or listened to the news, which I think is a lot of people. And how many times, I'll say this, even with the devout MAGA people, when I used to debate more on this app before it became so unintellectually stimulating, I had to quit. I would hear it from people that love Trump. They would use it as an excuse. They would say, no, he's just saying it. Donald Trump just says crazy things. It's for shock value. That's who he is. It's like he's like WWE. He just says things. He's not going to do them, though. I've had people say that. They believe, some people justify being in MAGA that way. They're like, oh, but it's not going to happen. Or it might happen, but it won't be as extreme. Yeah, that's one of their justifications. Those are the people I think have a little bit of empathy. The other ones, then there's the far right fringe who are like, we wanted all of it. It's interesting to watch the layers. MAGA has layers, unintellectually stimulating. That's how I would describe debates on TikTok. The repetition of idiocy. Yeah, okay, well, we don't need to go through all these, but I would suggest if you want to look into this executive order, ending indoctrination strategy, it's like forming a police state within schools, basically, is how I describe what they're going to do. It's like they're going to form commissions to make sure people are complying, reporting systems to report teachers who don't do things. It's about denying racism. It's crazy. That woman did a great job, Mrs. Frazzle. She did a great job describing it, actually. But I would say if you read this, it is extreme as extreme can be. It's almost like, okay, we'll shoot for the stars and then make them, get a judge to declare it all unconstitutional. Eliminate federal funding or support for illegal and discriminatory treatment and indoctrination, including based on gender ideology and discriminatory equity ideology. They're saying, we don't want to teach that races have equity. That's the scariest thing I've ever heard. It's the denial of slavery. She was saying, you can't teach the history of America anymore. It's super disturbing stuff. They talk about how to enforce it, what will happen, the loss of certification and licensing. Oh, there was one part, the rescinding of funds, all of this stuff. But the good news, and then the pro-America stuff is insane. What she was describing it really well. You have to pass these, they want us to form committees to support America. We all have to celebrate the 250th anniversary of America with celebrations in schools. They accuse teachers of being 3 PDOs. See, this part here. The Attorney General shall coordinate with state attorneys general and local district attorneys in their effort to enforce the law and file appropriate actions against K through 12 teachers and school officials who violate the law by exploiting minors, unlawfully practicing medicine by offering diagnoses and treatment without the requisite license, unlawfully facilitating the social transition of a minor student. So that means if you recognize someone's pronouns, if you allow somebody to self-actualize in the way they want to, they'll accuse you of being a 3 PDO. That's literally what this says. And what we know is, right, if you really cared about 3 PDOs, where are they? It's not females. It's don't worry about the majority of teachers, right? And it's familial relations. Like, if you care about protecting children as a children who was essayed, it's people that have access to your child. It's usually familial relations or someone directly close to the family that has access to the child. Or we know organizations like the church has been rampant with SA, all of these things. None of this is about protecting children, right? None of it. Absolutely not. Yeah, and this is what I was saying, the assistant to the president for domestic policy shall regularly convene the heads of agencies tasked with submitting the ending indoctrination strategy. Like, they're basically talking about this like reporting mechanism to turn people in, to investigate, to implement, to make sure that all of this stuff is happening. It's kind of sick. But anyways, you can read through it if you want, but this is the anti-American stuff, right? Which goes into the Muslim ban. Like, this all winds into the Muslim ban. Like, this also applies like to the college campus stuff. Actually, I think I screenshotted the article, so I don't need to get into. I think I did screenshot it. Hold on. Yeah. Yes. This all goes into the Muslim ban. Like, this stuff is crazy. It's about monitoring, right? It's basically setting up. We were talking about how they're doing this for immigration, like setting up a reporting system. It's the same thing. If you are pro-Palestinian on campus and you're on a student visa, they're like setting up enforcement and monitoring like committees to watch students. And if they express too many views, like that are pro-Palestine, they're going to put them on lists and then revoke their visas and deport them. Yeah, this is a police state. We are describing a literal police state in America. Yeah, thought crimes. This is thought crimes. That's the irony of Charlie Kirk's podcast being called Thought Crimes. Because you guys don't like thought crimes, but you're making it a crime to be whoever you want to be. Universities have set up task forces, tightened discipline policies, and used surveillance cameras to track protesters' movements. They have hired private investigators to examine cases of anti-Israel speech and activism. These are just a few of the measures administrators have taken to curb criticisms that they allowed anti-Semitism to fester as pro-Palestinian. Remember, the definition passed by the Republican Party in the House that most of the Democrats voted against, anti-Semitism means expressing support for Palestine, right? Anti-Semitism isn't what it used to mean anymore. Yeah, and then this is a great article, and I'll say this: so that scary ass K through 12 executive order, this article, I mean, I suggest screenshotting this. This is a New York Times article. It's a good article to read because what this is talking about is that, okay, that's Trump's dream world, that he can control everything and basically stop children from self-actualizing and control them through a police state inside schools, but there's no funding mechanism. The federal government can't control curriculum, right? So like the question is, can they do this? Can they? Like the federal government can't say, like, they're talking about what you're allowed to teach, how you're allowed to teach it, enforcement, taking funding from schools that like. And this article kind of talks about how funding works, how like curriculum is made, those decisions are made on the state level. And like, it kind of talks about, hey, Trump can dream, but what is the reality of this going to look like? But they'll try, yeah. And the real point is it has a chilling effect, right? If you're told, if parents are, if crazy MAGA parents, if Moms for Liberty are at school board meetings yelling about this executive order, it has a chilling effect, right? You're not going, teachers are scared. Teachers will quit. Teachers will leave. Like, I mean, this is not going to be good. That's the point. It's ruling through fear, right? Never obey in advance, but that's what they're essentially forcing people to do. It's like, what can they actually control? I don't know. And I saw what you said, Mark, in the comments about Puerto Rican citizenship might be invalidated. I mean, they're trying to invalidate indigenous people in general, which, Puerto Ricans are an indigenous community. So, I mean, I would consider that probably, they'll probably attack Puerto Ricans too. I think that makes perfect sense. And the reason I'm trying to think of, I don't know if you guys have heard about this. Actually, I have a clip. I like Aaron Parnas a lot, and I have a clip that I'll show you guys because this is crazy. I don't know if this is an example, because when MAGA tells you, well, they're criminals, right? Like, you shouldn't have snuck into the country. You've committed a crime. So we're going to round you up. No, what's happening is brown people, Spanish speakers, it is now a crime to speak Spanish. I was showing you guys a clip in Missouri about how, hey, if you suspect someone, here's a hotline to call. If it leads to a deportation, you get $1,000. This is a police state where being brown and speaking Spanish will get you reported and accosted by the police. This is what this story is about, are basically American citizens being detained and having their constitutional rights violated for speaking Spanish. That was their crime. They spoke Spanish and someone's like, oh, these people aren't from here. Here, let me find I'm going to find the Aaron clip because he's the reason I found the story, so we may as well let him tell the story. I know. Someone said I love Aaron. I do too. I think he's a great reporter. He's on Substack. So another reason to be on Substack. Like, he goes into more detail. Like, he makes the kind of shorter videos, and then a lot of times on stories, he talks more about them on Substack. So just another reason to get on Substack for the independent reporting.
We have some news right now. ICE detained a toddler, a mother, and a grandmother, all United States American citizens, just because they overheard them speaking Spanish. According to Telemundo Puerto Rico, these 3 American citizens were taken into custody in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, after ICE agents overheard them speaking Spanish. This included a toddler. A member of their family says that they were taken into custody while shopping at a local department store, and they didn't have a chance to speak with ICE agents until they were at the detention facility. And when they arrived, they tried to explain to ICE agents that they were born in Puerto Rico, that they are American citizens. And it wasn't until after they provided documentation of proof that ICE agents apologized and that they were eventually released. According to the Daily Beast, Daryl Marine, the national president of the Hispanic advocacy group Forward Latino, has confirmed that these 3 individuals were detained by ICE. More and more American citizens are being caught up in these mass deportation rates, and it really seems like racial profiling at this point. I'm going to do a full breakdown of this on my Substack shortly at the link in my bio, so subscribe there and follow me on this platform and my Instagram, YouTube, and Snapchat for more.
Doesn't really seem. It is. This already happened in Arizona. It was declared unconstitutional, and Trump pardoned the guy responsible. Sheriff Joe Arpaio, this is what we did. SB 1070. We racially profiled brown people and Spanish speakers in the state and rounded them up unconstitutionally. And we had checkpoints to stop people who looked too brown and and had an accent. We've already done this in Arizona. It's a nightmare and it doesn't end well. Ugh. And yeah, it is if you guys want to look more into it, that is a Daily Beast article. It's not its own article. It is in today's outline at the very end. So you can find it there. And there's more information. But yeah, I mean, it's horrific. This is what's happening in Arizona. Like, they're reporting it on the local news. This is what happened last time this happened. American citizens who are Spanish speakers, the police can't communicate with you, so they just take you. They put you in detention, and then if you're lucky, they give you a chance to explain. Just so you know, we've paid out huge lawsuits. We detained a guy for years, an American citizen, for years, who was a citizen. Like, this is, and people are just like, they're all criminals. No, a lot of these people are American citizens. My eyes are green, but they look different colors. Right now they look hazel. Yeah, they change colors depending on my mood. That's why I like one of my birthstones is Alexandrite, which is like, it's a really cool stone that's like more expensive than diamonds. You can rarely ever find them. They mainly just they make them synthetically, but yeah, it changes like green to purple to brown. It's pretty cool. Reminds me of myself. I want to find this video I told you about why we need to stop talking to Elon Musk. Oh, this isn't the right presentation. I'm sorry. I switched to the wrong presentation. I was like, I don't recognize this. And now for why we need to all stay off Meta forever and ever. I mean, this isn't just that, but yeah. I mean, that's the thing. With these executive orders, we could just information overload, flood the zone with shit. They won't realize what's happening. And that's the truth. It's like every day I probably uncover 500 new horrors from these executive orders.
2016, when North Carolina passed that bathroom bill that banned trans people from using the bathroom. When that happened, major corporations stood up for their trans employees and family and said that it was unacceptable, that it would stop them from doing business in the state. But it's hard to imagine that now. Facebook just announced that they are literally going to allow trans slurs on their platform and published a list of which slurs are now allowed. There was an effort to ban the first trans congresswoman from using the bathroom at her.
I'm never, ever going on a Meta platform again. Don't ask me. Elon Musk, Mark Zuckerberg has lost his effing mind. Midlife crisis has apparently led him down the path of bigotry. Cool.
Workplace, the halls of Congress. And there is anti-trans legislation across the country that is looking to take away the right for doctors to determine care for their patients if those patients are trans. And finally, needless to say, Donald Trump is now the president again. And on day one of his new administration, he signed a wildly transphobic executive order. This order declares that from now on, the federal government will only recognize the existence of two genders, two sexes, male and female, and directs the federal government to stop aiding gender transition in any form. He also repealed a rule allowing trans people to serve openly in the military, and his administration seems hell-bent on making life for trans people in this country as difficult as possible. These rules are part of an explicit project to literally erase trans people from our society. We are seeing civil rights for trans people being rolled back in America, just like we've seen it done for abortion rights and voting rights. We are seeing new restrictions placed on the ability of trans Americans to live as themselves and to simply move freely in society. And there has not been nearly enough pushback on this from the left, from liberal institutions, or from mainstream American society.
Agreed. That's why, I think we need to be louder. We need to protect the smallest minority group in this country that is being persecuted the most. We cannot let them be taken, right, with our own apathy. We need to fight harder for them than ourselves. And I challenge everyone to think about that. When you are sitting alone, anxious, thinking what could happen to me, think about the trans community and think about what you can do to help them, right? The people that are going to be taken first. That should be what we think about every day. Do not accept any sort of discrimination towards the trans community, and that's who we need to protect first. I'm not just going to accept, they'll just disappear and then maybe the rest of us will survive. We cannot allow that to happen. My name is A Girl Has No Name everywhere on the internet. So on Substack as well. And again, it's all in my link tree, link in bio. All of the information is in my link tree. Be an investigator and you can find it. Oh man, I know what I need to show you guys. I have so many things I need to show. We have got to get to the voter suppression data today. I promised myself that we would go through it. It's a lot of thinking and math for me. So, not that much, but it's a lot and it's kind of depressing, but we have to get through it. But I need to show you something. Did you guys hear about Gold Bar Bob? Do you remember Gold Bar Bob, the Democratic senator who basically was taking bribes from Qatar and Egypt, and they found him with all these gold bars and all this crazy stuff, and he just got sentenced to 11 years in prison. Well, Guess what Gold Bar Bob is up to now? Pivoting, doing the MAGA shuffle. Remember what I think it was Gigi or someone was asking, like, what's the psychology of someone that wants to suck up to Trump? Someone who has been found guilty of a horrific crime and wants a pardon, and so is starting to move right to get it. Listen to this clip of Gold Bar. Look, if you guys don't know who Kyle Kalinske is, he's a pretty famous YouTube creator. I suggest following him, but he said, after being found guilty for cartoonish corruption, vile scumbag Democrat Menendez starts his MAGA turn in hopes of getting a pardon. Listen to this This is why you move right. This is why Pete Hegseth did. He used to be a John McCain Republican who criticized Trump. Then he, did too many messed up things. And then all of a sudden you're like, Trump was right. Like, I have read every court document in this case. It's not a question of if Bob Menendez is guilty. Bob Menendez is wild. This is an open shut case of wild amounts of corruption. Oopsies, I think it's muted. Sorry.
West.
Wait, I gotta rewind it. I don't want to.
Welcome to the Southern District of New York, the Wild West of political prosecutions. President Trump is right. This process is political and it's corrupted to the core. I hope President Trump cleans up the cesspool and restores the integrity to the system.
I love New Yorkers. You can hear people being like, bullshit in the background. That's the best part about New York. They don't like liars. But imagine, this is a lifetime Democrat, a corrupt Democrat who needed to go. He belongs with MAGA. Go where they accept liars. Like, truly. And I'm not saying like you can't do something wrong and be on the left. You just have to take accountability and be like, hey, I did some really messed up stuff and now I have to go to jail and I'm sorry and I'm going to think about that and I'm going to change. You know what I mean? You don't have to become a liar who won't take accountability for your actions. Like, you just, some people, if you can't take accountability and you don't want to change, then yeah. You need to move right. That's where your people are. Gold Bar Bob. And I don't know if you guys know this. Like, this is not his first trial. He basically did something similar before and got caught and had a whole other trial and got acquitted. Like, he has Gold Bar Bob had this coming. Gold Bar Bob is very guilty. Unbelievably guilty. New York is the last place where justice matters. Where the courts can actually, and New Yorkers have the grit to just be like, you're guilty. We don't care. Like, I live in New York. I could die at any moment on the street. Like, you don't need to, I'm not scared of anyone. Like, that is why I love New York. If you've never lived in New York, everyone should do it for at least a month. Just go get an Airbnb in New York and feel the energy coming out of those people. No fucks given in New York. It's like, I lived in New York for 6 months for work and I was like, wow, this is where I should have been born. Like, an old woman pushed me into the street. I was like, man, I love New York. Okay, we've got to get to this voter suppression data. Prepare yourselves for some bad news. Basically, here first I'm gonna go through some of the some of it on paper, just show you some of the numbers, and then I found a clip of the man talking about it. This man's a genius. He's an economic statistical and analyst, a New York Times bestseller. He's a contractor for the DOJ. His name's Greg Palast or Palast, Palast. I don't know how I never knew who he was before, but he basically takes complex numbers and does tons of research and is probably smarter than all of us at it together and makes some very good points. But it's a little bit disheartening because when you see the numbers and you see how much sense it makes, it's almost like, man, we are going to have to come up with some sort of strategy. And when I talk about vote suppression, what I'm talking about is, and again, if you want to follow him on Substack, Greg Palast, this is his name. And also he has a website, right? gregpalast.com as well. You could follow him there. And we'll get into it. Like I screenshotted his resume because this is one of the most accomplished people I ever didn't know who they were. I'm embarrassed for myself that I did not know who this man was. Okay, so Trump lost. God, I'm sorry in advance you have to hear this, but this is really important and fascinating stuff. That is, if all legal voters were allowed to vote, if all legal ballots were counted, Trump would have lost the states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. And I just want to be clear, this is not some blue and on conspiracy shit. I cannot stand those people. This is not some Elon messed with the voting machines weird shit. Okay? Like, this is actual statistical mathematical analysis that we're going to get into. So I just want to be clear. This is not me validating anyone's weird ass conspiracy theories. I cannot stand people that do that. And actually, I love this guy now because that's what he said. He's like, all of these conspiracy theorists that won't stop with like the voting machine crap, you're actually doing a disservice to the Black and brown community who are actually, their votes are truly being suppressed. And we can see that in data. And so like, we all need to shut up about the conspiracies and acknowledge like how Republicans are truly stealing elections. And when I mean this is some heavy stuff, this is crazy. Like, this blew my mind last night. Because I never want to go through things that are this complicated, but it's worth it. So Trump would have lost the states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. Vice President Kamala Harris would have won the presidency with 286 electoral votes. Yeah, this is not, okay, we'll get to it. And if not for the mass purge of voters of color, if not for the mass disqualification of provisional and mail-in ballots, that's what we're talking about. The mass disqualification of provisional and mail-in ballots, if not for the new mass vigilante challenges, right? All of these MAGA people that are challenging votes, right? They created apps to provide access to people's private information to the voter rolls. True, the Vote did to challenge the voter rolls, right? Harris would have gained at least another. This data has just been compiled. Like, trust me, just listen to this. This is mind-blowing stuff. Like, you just have to realize who this man is and how smart he is. This is not a joke. That's why I didn't go over this when I first saw it, because I was like, I gotta really look into this and make sure it all makes sense. How is cheating allowed? Oh, we're gonna get to it. Oh, Tanya, I see. Thank you so much for the super chat. She said the self-unaliving rate of young kids and teens is going to skyrocket. Oh, yeah, because of the educational stuff. Yeah. Imagine denying the existence of children and not allowing them to be who they know they are. Yeah. We already know that it's literally like 1 in 2 trans people attempt to unalive themselves. The rate is exorbitant. Okay. Stay with me, and I'll give you the means, method, and most important, the key calculations. So he's saying Harris would have gained at least another 3,565,000 votes, topping Trump's official popular vote tally by 1.2 million. And believe me, the math is mathin', and he does provide all the numbers. It's crazy. But if you're and this is what I was talking about, if you're expecting a sexy story about Elon Musk messing with vote counting software from outer space, sorry, you won't get that here. As in Bush v. Gore in 2000 and in too many other miscarriages of democracy, this election was determined by good old vote suppression, the polite term we use for shafting people of color out of their ballot. We used to call it Jim Crow. Amen. Preach. And here are the key numbers. So 4,776,706 voters were wrongly purged from voter rolls, according to U.S. Elections Assistant Commission data. By August of 2024, for the first time since 1946, what year? Think about 1946, right after, World War II, self-proclaimed vigilante voter fraud hunters challenged the rights of 317,886 voters. The NAACP of Georgia estimates that by election day, The challenges exceeded 200,000 in Georgia alone. This is what we have to overcome. No fewer than 2,121,000 mail-in ballots were disqualified. This is where the election was lost for minor clerical errors. At least 585,000 ballots cast in precinct were also disqualified. 1,216,000 provisional ballots were rejected, not counted. 3.2 million new registrations, voter registrations, 3.2 million were rejected or not entered on the rolls in time to vote. This is the ball game, folks. It's disturbing. If the purges, challenges, and ballot rejections were random, right? If it was randomized, if it was happening to random people across the country, wouldn't matter, right? It's anything but random. For example, an audit by the state of Washington found that a black voter was 400% more likely than a white voter to have their mail-in ballot rejected. 400%. So this is why I want you, when you hear Trump, when you hear stupid Pete Hegseth, unqualified Pete Hegseth saying we're colorblind, this is what they're saying. They're saying we are ignoring the mathematical systemic racism that we know is existing in America. That's what colorblind means. It is to ignore the truth. When you talk about voter ID, when I keep preaching, hey, we have mathematical analysis that says voter ID laws stop real American citizens who are black and brown from voting. This is what we're talking about. Rejection of black in-person votes, according to the U.S. Civil Rights Commission study in Florida, ran 14.3%, or 1 in 7 ballots cast. Do you understand what we're saying here? 1 in 7 ballots cast by black people in Florida are rejected. 1 in 7. There are also uncountable effects of the explosive growth of voter intimidation tactics. This is the return of Jim Crow. I am doing so much work. Thank you for noticing, Will. But man, this is such important work, isn't it? And that's why I'm saying we need to clip this stuff. That's why we need people to start clipping this content in smaller, palatable doses and putting it out, right? There are also uncountable effects of explosive growth of voter intimidation tactics, including, remember the bee threats? That was Russia that closed 31 polling stations in Atlanta on Election Day. We know those were disproportionately in where? Brown and black areas. America's nasty little secret. This is a disturbing section. The nasty little secret of American democracy is that we don't count all the votes, nor let every citizen vote. In 2024, especially after an avalanche of new not going to let you vote laws passed in almost every red state, the number of citizens Jim Crowed out of their votes soared into the millions. According to the Brennan Center for Justice, one of my favorite places for data, since the 2020 election, at least 30 states enacted 78 restrictive laws to blockade voting. The race-targeted laws ran the gamut from shuttering drop boxes in black majority cities to, for the first time, allowing non-government, self-appointed vote fraud vigilantes to challenge voters by the hundreds of thousands. MAGA weirdos dedicated their lives to challenging brown and black people's votes. Free election. Question: if these voter suppression laws, notorious example, Georgia's State Bill 202, had no effect on election outcomes, then why did the GOP legislators fight so hard to pass these laws? The answer is clear on the Brennan Center's map of states that passed restrictive laws. It's pretty much Trump's victory map. These are the states Trump won. This is where they passed the laws. Fascinating stuff. The data never always follow the numbers. America goes postal, and this is fascinating and disturbing. Sorry, we all have to learn this. Let's look at just one vote suppression operation in action. In 2020, during the pandemic, America went postal, right? More than 43% of us voted by mail. Keep tapping the screen. Thank you guys so much. Let's get to 400K by 4 p.m. You guys are doing amazing. But it wasn't easy. Harris County, oh yeah, and now I just remember what part this is. God, I hate Ken Paxton. He is awful. But it wasn't easy. Harris County, Texas, home of Houston, tried to mail out ballots during the COVID epidemic on the grounds that voters shouldn't die waiting in lines at polling stations. But then the state's Republican Attorney General Ken Paxton stopped this life-saving measure. Why wouldn't this GOP official let Houstonians vote safely? Maybe it's because Houston has the largest number of black voters of any city in America. Indeed, and I've seen this clip, on Steve Bannon's podcast, Paxton proudly stated, quote, "Had we not done that," meaning stopped Houston from sending out ballots, Donald Trump would have lost the election in Texas. Trump would have lost Texas in 2020 if Ken Paxton, and that's why when Ken Paxton was getting impeached, he was saying those things in the press. He was like, "You owe me." Before the 2024 election, prompted by Trump's evidence-free attack on mail-in ballots as inherently fraudulent, 22 states, according to the Brennan Center, imposed 38 new restrictions on the ability to vote absentee that were not in place in 2020, likely to most affect or already have disproportionately affected voters of color. You're shocked, right? Texas requirement to add ID numbers to an absentee ballot, listen to this, caused the rejection rate to jump from 1% to 12%, because black and brown people are far less likely statistically to have voter IDs. So you can't enter an ID number. And Republicans know this. So we need to put our heads together and talk about, how do we overcome this? What do we do? Time to start challenging MAGA's votes. Obsessive. Time to create an app. So here's the question we need to ask. If restrictions on mail-in balloting swung Texas to Trump, how did all these new restrictions affect the outcome of the vote in other states? In 2020, an NPR study found the mail-in ballot rejection rate hit 13.8% during the Democratic primaries, a loss of 1 in 7 ballots. That's scary. Take Georgia, where the Palace, that's his last name, Palace Investigative Fund spent months in on-the-ground investigations. This is this is going to get sad. Sorry in advance, you have to hear this. Here are the photos of a Georgia voter, career military officer and Pentagon advisor. This man is an advisor to the Pentagon. Major Gamaliel Turner, retired, demonstrating for young voters how to fill out an absentee ballot, emphasizing that it must be mailed in properly. He did, 7 days before the deadline, but we only recently learned that Georgia officials disqualified his ballot as received too late. An advisor to the Pentagon, no county his vote. This is America. In 2008, even before the majority of Democrats began voting by mail, when absentee balloting was much rarer, the federal government reported 488,136 mail-in ballots were rejected. Almost all on grounds, i.e. middle initial or signatures missing, etc. An MIT study, right, Massachusetts Institute of Technology study, put the number of rejected mail-in ballots at 2.9%. And now we're up in the 13%. Is it making sense now? That's the low end of MIT's estimate of mail-in ballots tossed. Charles Stewart, distinguished professor of political science, author of the report, notes mail-in ballots requested and never received nor returned could raise the total mail-in ballot loss rate to 21%. We will never win if the rate is 21%. Like, the numbers never lie. This is where the fallout is. For 2024, that would total 14.1 million ballots. That effectively vanished from the count. 14.1 million ballots vanished from the count. The failure to return ballot was exacerbated in this election by the steep cut in ballot drop boxes. That's one of the favorite gerrymandering methods, a method favored by urban voters. Black voters in Atlanta used ballot drop boxes extensively because they feared, right, with good reason, they can't rely on the post office, right, like Major Turner. So they go to ballot drop boxes. In response, the Republican governor of Georgia, Brian Kemp, signed SB 202, State Bill 202, which slashed the number of drop boxes by 75% only in Black majority counties. Only, this is Jim Crow, only in Black majority counties, and locked them away at night. These moves slashed mail-in and drop box balloting used by the majority of Democrats in 2020 by nearly 90% in the 2024 race. This is Georgia, land of Jim Crow, land of stop Black and brown people from voting. Yeah, SB 202. If you don't know about SB 202, this is a bill passed specifically to stop Black people from Georgia voting in Georgia. Sorry, I gotta adjust my ADHD. Oh, that's so much better. Even if deemed on time, ballots still face rejection. Marietta, Georgia, first-time voter. I love that he's doing examples too. Adrian Consonnery Jr. told me his mail-in ballot was rejected because his signature supposedly didn't match that on his registration. I needn't add this. He's Black. Surprise! In effect, Consonnery was accused of forgery, a federal crime, not by the FBI, but by self-appointed amateur sleuth. These crazy MAGA people challenging, right, the vote, challenging people's signatures. This challenge to the mail-in ballots, part of a right-wing campaign, has gone viral. This is the man. In 2020, the federal government reported that 157,477 ballots were rejected for supposedly mismatched signatures. That's quite a crime wave, but without criminals. And that's before we get to the dozens of other attacks on voting that were freshly minted for the 2024 election. Attacks aimed at voters of color. Shocking. Thank you so much for tapping the screen. I know that's what we need to think about, Brianna. How do we mobilize? How do we stop this? I mean, I just found this data the beginning of this week. So that's what we need to think about. Take this in. This is how we lost the election, and then we need to think, how do we combat it? But that's the point. They're passing these laws. They're doing this in swing states where there are Republican supermajorities, right? So that we have to think about it. We have to educate voters. Like, the crucial statistic is that not everyone's ballot gets disqualified. One study done for the United Civil Rights Commission found that a Black person, such as Major Turner, this is so sick, will be 900% more likely to have their mail-in or in-person ballot disqualified by a white voter, or than a white voter, sorry. 900% more likely. Now let's do some arithmetic. I love this guy. This guy is my new idol. If we take the lowest end of the MIT ballot rejection rate and only a tenth of the lost ballot rate, and then apply it to the number of mail-in and drop-box ballots, we can conservatively estimate that 2,121,000 mail-in votes went into the electoral dumpster. Whose ballots? Democrats are 51% more likely than Republicans to vote by mail. And given the racial disparity in ballot rejections, Trump's swing state margins begin to look shaky. Do you see what he's doing? He's mathematically proving how we lost this election. And these are conservative numbers. And I've gone over the math is mathing, people. And you can go to his website and he goes over his methods, his mathematical calculations, the Triple K plan, and the new vigilantes. In 2020, the Paylist Investigative Fund uncovered a whole new way to bring Jim Crow back to life. Challenges to a citizen's right to vote by a posse of self-proclaimed voter fraud hunters. Trump deputized MAGA. There are crazy MAGA, like Moms for Liberty types, if you did not know about this, that spent the months leading up to the election, right? They created an app that had access to the Georgia voter rolls, and they sat there and challenged Black and brown people, unhoused people, their right to vote, to have their right to vote invalidated. I mean, this happened in most swings. It was happening in Arizona as well. 4 years ago, the GOP took this new suppression method out for a test ride. Georgia, when 88 Republican operatives, remember, these are not governmental officials, challenged the rights of over 180,000 Georgians to have their ballots counted. These vigilantes based their scheme on the program originally used by the Triple K in 1946. Jim Crow, the revival of Jim Crow. One challenged voter, Major Turner, the same voter whose mail-in ballot was disqualified in a later election. Is this seeming familiar? It happened to this man twice, an advisor to the Pentagon. Do you know the mathematical possibility of that being random? I'm going to give you a hint. It's not. In 2020, the Major's ballot was challenged. Yes, I'll go back over. I did at the beginning, and the replays of this are all available on YouTube. You can always go back through it. All of this they post on YouTube, but yes, and I'll go back through that at the end. In the 2020, the Major's ballot was challenged by the county chairman of the Republican Party in southern Georgia. Can you imagine being this man? You're an advisor to the Pentagon, and bigots in Georgia just keep canceling your right to vote? No, his name's Alton Russell, the county chairman of the Republican Party that challenged his vote the first time. Russell likes to dress up as an infamous vigilante, Doc Holliday, with a loaded 6 pew in a holster. In a polite confrontation we filmed between the Major and Russell, the GOP honcho admitted he had no evidence that Major Turner, nor any of the 4,000 others he challenged, should be denied the right to have their ballots counted. God, isn't it gross? Note, the Payless Fund contacted a sample of 800. I mean, that's a huge, just so you know, mathematically, that's a large sample. They contacted 800 of these challenged voters and found that overwhelming, this is going to come as a shock to everyone, they were Americans of color. In 2020, this Triple K plan, adopted by the Trump Organization, proved its value. In that election, Trump almost won Georgia. That's when they were doing it as a small sampling, falling short by just, what was it? Find me 11,779 votes. Only because local elections officials rejected most of the challenges. But for 2024, Georgia's Republican-controlled legislature changed the law to make it very difficult for officials to deny challenges. This is what when I worked with Jerry, I was telling everyone this, and people were bored by it. And I was like, nobody understands. And people were like, you're fear mongering. I'm like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. I just read a lot. That emboldened the Trump-supported organization. Remember, True the Vote? They made an app to roll out the challenge to every swing state. If you don't know who True the Vote is, I'm about to blow your mind. True the Vote is the organization that made 2,000 Mules, right? True the Vote is the organization that just lost lawsuits in federal court and had to admit they had no data with which to make 2,000 Mules, that it was all based on lies, that they lied about people, that they put people's faces and said they were committing crimes in a movie that had no basis in data. Right? So True the Vote to roll out the challenge to every swing state. In 2020, True the Vote signed up over 40,000 volunteer vigilantes. These are the Moms for Liberty. Proudly, by August of 2024, they'd already challenged a mind-blowing 317,886 voters. I was screaming this in August and July. In dozens of states, they made an app. They got access to the voter rolls and released all people's personal information in states so crazy MAGA people could get it and challenge people's right to vote. By election day this November, True the Vote projected it would have challenged over 2 million votes. In addition, Trump's lawyer, remember Cleta Mitchell, found Eagle AI to challenge hundreds of thousands more, including in the swing state of Pennsylvania. They used AI to challenge votes in Pennsylvania. How many voters ultimately lost their ballots? Almost all voting officials we've contacted have refused to answer. Oh, placebo ballots. I love this name. This is what this man calls provisional ballots, which is genius. Like, Fish Trucker, if you happen to be in here the other day on Faxes Live, you were saying that like your vote hasn't counted. You probably had a provisional ballot. Those voters who'd been challenged but mailed in their ballot would be unlikely to know their vote had been lost. That's why you got to track it all the way through and go down to the court. You got to go down to the government and be like, where is my vote? Others who showed up in person at a poll would be told they could not vote on a regular ballot. If you've ever been a provisional ballot, that's what they do. These voters were sent away or forced to vote on a provisional ballot. If you've been challenged or find you've been purged off the registration rolls, you'll be offered one of these provisional ballots, paper ballots you place in a special envelope. Typically, you'd be promised your registration will be checked and then your ballot will be counted. Bullshit. If you're challenged, unless you personally contact or go into your county clerk's office with ID and proof of address, your ballot goes into the electoral dumpster. That's why you got to follow it all the way to the end. A better name for a provisional ballot would be placebo ballot. If you don't know, placebo means fake, right? You think you voted, but chances are you did not. That is, your ballot wasn't counted. Here's an ugly number, and God, it's ugly. According to the U.S. Elections Assistance Commission, the EAC, in 2016, when 2.5 million provisional ballots were cast, a breathtaking 42.3% were never counted. Think about that. Over 1 million Americans lost their vote, though notably, not one was charged with attempting to vote illegally. And that was in 2016, before vigilante challenges and before millions more had been purged from the voting rolls leading up to 2024, leading up to the 2024 election. I know, these numbers are, I know, it's mind-blowing. And here's the statistic that matters most. Black, Hispanic, or Asian American voters are 300% more likely than white voters to be shunted to a placebo provisional ballot. Oh, we're colorblind in America, right? Trump's America's colorblind. Colorblind is in don't notice that some people are being unbelievably discriminated against. The Great Purge and the Poison Postcard. The polite term in government agencies is list maintenance. It's best known as the purge. When voter registrations are wiped off the rolls, the EAC keeps track of the purge. It's a big business. For example, before the 2022 election, when the data was last available, swing state North Carolina wiped 392,851 voters off the rolls. That's insane. The majority of removals were based on questionable, indeed shockingly faulty information that a voter had moved their residence. I'm not talking about the 4.9 million voters purged because they're dead, or 8 million others whose residential move could be verified, or those serving time in prison, nor those ruled too crazy to vote. I'm talking about a trick that has been perfected by politicians of both parties to eliminate voters of the wrong persuasion. The poison postcard. Here's how it works. Targeted voters are mailed postcards by state elections officials. Let's remember, state voting chief, secretaries of state are almost to a one-partisan hacks. Voters who don't sign and return the cards, which look like junk mail, will be purged. The poison postcard, we do this in Arizona. I've gotten one, and I never do this till I read this. I've gotten one of these. The poison postcard response rate is close to nothing. No one brings them back. In Arizona, according to the EAC, just 1 in 10 postcards are returned. I returned mine. And in Georgia, the vote-saving response is barely above 1%. And that's the way our partisan voting officials like it. Were the millions of Americans purged before the 2024 election all fraudsters who should lose their right to vote? Direct marketing expert Mark Swedlin told us, quote, "This only means that most people, especially young people, the poor, and voters of color simply ignore junk mail." That's because they do. Do young people look at mail? Right? Do the poor? Right? It's ridiculous. With the help of Swedlin and the same experts used by Amazon, and believe me, Amazon knows exactly where you live. We took a deep dive into 2 states. He used Amazon's expertise on where people live. They took a deep dive into 2 states' purge operations for the ACLU. He was contracted to do this data by the American Civil Liberties Union. The state of Georgia had purged hundreds of thousands from the voter rolls on grounds they moved from their voting addresses. Our experts, going name by name through Georgia's purge list, working from special data provided us by the U.S. Postal Service, identified 198,351 Georgians who had been purged for moving had in fact not moved an inch from their legal voting address. The state's only evidence these 198,351 voters had moved, they failed to return the poison postcard. This is Jim Crow in math form. Like, I love statistical analysis. In 2020, he testified in federal court for the NAACP and Rainbow Push, representing our expert findings to get these voters, overweighted with minorities and young Georgians, back on the rolls. Unfortunately, the trumped-up court system now gives huge deference to a state's voting operations, a trend which first took off in 2013 when the U.S. Supreme Court defenestrated the Voting Rights Act. Thanks, conservatives. Also in 2020, the Paylist Investigative Fund produced a technical report for Black Voters Matter Fund on a proposed purge of 153,779 voters in Wisconsin, a plan pushed by the Wisconsin Institute for Law and Liberty, a group financed by right-wing billionaires. Thank you for the butterflies. Imagine that. Keep tapping the screen. We're almost to 400K. You guys are doing an amazing job. We can get to 400K by 4 o'clock. We're almost done, I promise. This is depressing, I know. For Black Voters Matter, we brought back our team of location experts who proved, name by name, that the proposed purge was wildly riddled with errors. But that's the point, isn't it? Notably, we found the purge was aimed almost exclusively where? At African Americans in Milwaukee and at students in Madison. If you guys don't know, Madison is the most liberal place in Wisconsin, right? The students there are young and they are liberal. So they're targeting Milwaukee, where the Black vote is concentrated, and they're targeting the young liberals that go to the University of Wisconsin. The nonpartisan election board agreed with us, allowing those voters to cast ballots, with the result that Biden squeaked by Trump in Wisconsin. This is how Biden won Wisconsin, by 20,682 votes. Note, it was not our intention to elect Biden, but to allow voters, not some purgeon general, to pick our president. But this is the court case that squeaked by the 20,682 votes. I love learning things I didn't know before. Unfortunately, before the 2024 election, the poison postcard purge accelerated. This time, a new elections board in Wisconsin, 10 electoral votes, decided to use the same discredited purge list to knock off 166,433 voters, which this time we could not stop. Kamala Harris lost that state by just 29,397 voters. Are you doing the math? And this is the real numbers. This is where it happened. It's not Elon Musk is controlling the voting machines. This is where the math makes sense. It's crazy. In Pennsylvania, 19 electoral votes. The poison postcards wiped out 360,132 voters, 3 times Trump's victory margin. 3 times Trump's victory margin. The poison postcards purged. And we know they're disproportionately targeted. We know the people not returning them are who? Black and brown people, young people, right? Like, the math is mathin'. I love it when things make sense. And before the vote this year, Georgia ramped up the purge, targeting an astonishing 875,000 voters, earning it the #1 ranking for election integrity by the ultra-right-wing Heritage Foundation. I saw the purge in action in Savannah, Georgia this October, where 900 Savannah voters, most of them Black, were challenged by one single vigilante. According to voting expert Carrie Smith, who wrote her doctoral thesis on wrongful purges in Georgia, was herself on the hit list. This is insane. And we haven't even touched other ways that voters of color, college students, and urban voters have come under attack. These include the rejection of new registrations and rejection of in-person votes as spoiled, i.e., rejected as unreadable, costing, according to the EAC, more than 1 million votes. Rejections, which our 25 years of investigations have found are way overweighted against the Democratic demographic. disproportionately affecting the left. After the 2012 election, I was able to calculate with cold certainty that 2,383,587 new voters had their registrations rejected. 488,136 legitimate absentee ballots were disqualified, and so on. In that election, a total of 5,901,814 citizens were blocked for voting or had their ballots disqualified. These stats were based on hard data from the EAC, which gathers detailed reports from the states. It's crazy. Today, with new sophisticated and well-financed vote suppression operations, the number of voters purged and ballots disqualified are clearly far higher than the suppression count of 2012. Unfortunately, they won't even release the data. Remember, Trump doesn't want data available because with data, people like this genius can do math. That's why they don't want us to have the numbers. If it does at all for at least a year, we've put an open records request to states, but today's officials are stonewalling and slow walking our requests for the data. In no other democracy are the vote totals, or to be clear, the uncounted ballot totals, a state secret. America deserves an answer to this question. Excluding a boost from Jim Crow vote suppression games, did Donald Trump win? This is one of the best articles I've ever read. Anyways, but you can read more of this. In other words, the vote suppression cost Kamala Harris no fewer than 3,565,000 votes. Harris would have topped Trump's official total by 1.2 million. Most important, this 2.3% suppression factor undoubtedly cost Harris the states of Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. If not for the wholesale tax on votes and voters, Harris would have won the election with 286 electoral votes. I know, it's so good. And it gets even better. This article is so good, but I want to show you. I have a clip. You can meet the man now, who can do all this math because he's so smart. We should know him.
Who won or who lost the election?
It's real simple. If not for vote suppression tactics, that's a fancy word for shafting people of color out of their vote, young people out of their vote, Kamala Harris would have won 3,565,000 votes. That's the number of voters that were denied the right to vote because they were purged or they were challenged or they had their provisional ballot thrown out. Let me give you some of the numbers. The reason I'm giving you numbers, and I've waited so long to make this report, is that I have to get the numbers from the government agencies, particularly something we call the Elections Assistance Commission. So people don't realize, I used to be a professor of statistics. I was a forensic economist. This is my specialty, the numbers, which I usually did for attorneys general and the U.S. Department of Justice and other government agencies. And so these are calculations I would do, and I have done for federal courts. So we had, are you ready for this? According to the Elections Assistance Commission, the official numbers, we had 4,776,706 voters purged from the voter rolls wrongly. And I'm not making this up. I had the guys from that work with Microsoft and Amazon go through every single purge name in two states, Georgia and Wisconsin. We took those two states. And we found, for example, in Georgia, that 198,000 voters, we actually have their names and addresses were wrongly removed from the voter rolls. And you'll be shocked, overwhelmingly, voters of color. In Wisconsin, almost every voter removed by the purge.
You need to do, things I've been thinking about this since I originally read this stuff, and I was so shocked by it, is what can we do, right, in our states? If they're blocking this data, we probably need to try to it was stolen, but not by Elon Musk, accessing the weird, there's so many weird conspiracies on the left. I've always said, the numbers make sense. And this was always what we should have been worried about. The crazy MAGAs challenging ballots. And that's what we need to think about is how do we stop this? But again, and I just want to say, though, right? There are also people, these ballots that were challenged, right? That's also included in the people that didn't vote. Still, we can get more people to vote. Like, more people can turn out to vote as well. We can change people's minds. That is also possible. But we also need to be aware of this incredible number of people who attempted to vote, disproportionately people of color, and who were not allowed to. Yeah, this is exactly. This is why Trump was so comfortable or confident he didn't need votes. Exactly. This is why he was saying it. The numbers make sense. And that is what the conservatives are organized, right? This is what the Heritage Foundation is doing. This is why they are saying, "Hey, California, you can't rebuild your state unless, we're not going to give you the money for the fire unless you enact voter ID laws." That's what they're saying on that postcard. Hey, put your ID number on your mail-in ballot or we won't count it. Well, we know Black and brown people are less likely, or extremely less likely, to have voter ID. This is just another way they want to turn California red. It's extortion. It's insane. Right? Whatever happened to states' rights? States' rights only matter when it was pro-segregation, when it was pro-bigotry, right? If it's states' rights to protect Black and brown people, oh, hell no. Oh, yeah. Victoria, that's good. Thank you for mentioning that. Victoria said Newsom should offer a free state ID. There is a huge push in a lot of blue states in high school, in public high schools, to provide a voter a driver's license and or like a state ID card through the schools. It would be paid for and they help you get your paperwork together. And in my opinion, like, that should happen. I mean, it should happen early too, because not everyone makes it to senior year, right? Like, they should help people do that. Yeah, early, maybe even in junior high. I don't know. But yeah, like, that is something that's been discussed. Like, how do we increase access to voter ID? Because we desperately, desperately need to. And think about it. Conservatives don't even want people in schools. They want people learning at home. This is why. Right? They don't want people to organize. They don't want people to register to vote. They don't want people to be educated. And when you hear those numbers, like, that's why I'll say it over and over again. Every time you hear this Trump administration say, we're colorblind, they're saying we're covering up the fact that systemic racism and bigotry is absolutely happening. That we are actively engaged in it in order to suppress the vote and to win elections. We're colorblind. Don't pay no attention to color because you might learn something disturbing. Like, you read things like this and it's just like, what the actual, and that's why I say we need to get super, super involved in local elections. Like, and local politics, and think about this. Like, now that we've all heard this, we just need to, like I said, I just started thinking about it, but that's what we need to think about. Thank you so much, Felicia, for this info is worth so much more. Thank you for the $5. Thank you. And thank you for caring, because I know it's like, when I read it, when I finally went through it all a couple of times, I was just like, this is insane. And it's like, how do we get this information to other people? That's why I'm saying we need to clip parts of this and we need to figure out, like, how do we get people to understand? Stop thinking Elon Musk, like, messed with the voting machines from space. Like, it wasn't Elon Musk's, like, Starlink satellites, like, doing something to the voting machines. Like, that's what we need to think about, is how do we counteract this? How do we educate black and brown voters? How do we, about poison postcards, about voter suppression, think about all the different plans. Like, this is such a multi-pronged strategy. They take all of the drop boxes away in black and brown counties. Like, you know where to drop off your ballot. If you put it in the mail, it's not getting there. What do you do? Like the amount of issues you have to overcome to cast a ballot as a Black person. Where do we find this article? Oh, thank you, Victoria. Hold on one second. I just want to read. Jen, thank you so much for the $5. This is exactly why FOTUS is holding California Fire Aid hostage in exchange for voter ID reform. He knows vote suppression works. We can't lose our 54 electoral votes. Exactly, Jen. 54 electoral votes California is. If they can turn California, they will stay in power forever. Think about that. And they're saying your state, some of the most lucrative parts of your state just burned down, and we're going to hold you hostage. This is for all the marbles. 54 electoral votes. Trump has no conscience. What won't he do for those 54 electoral votes? Nothing. Let me get you this article. Give me 1 second and I'll go back to the beginning. This is this guy's article. And again, this is Substack. You can follow him on Substack, I believe. Daily Take, but Greg Palast. Just screenshot that. And then again, that's his name. And then like his website is gregpalast.com. It's first and last name.com. And like all his information, like links to all his articles. I would suggest just going to his website. Yeah, he has a documentary. He has a best-selling, like this man is, actually, I think hold on. I need to show you guys this. I'm pretty sure I screenshotted this. Did everyone screenshot this? Trump lost, vote suppression won. But yeah, I didn't go through the end of the screenshots, but yeah, I made sure to screenshot it because I was like, holy shit, this man is, yeah, look at this. Hold on. This man's a big deal. Forensic economist, data journalist, Palast covered vote suppression for The Guardian, BBC Television, and Rolling Stone. He's the author of New York Times bestsellers on the topic, including The Best Democracy Money Can Buy. There's all sorts of you can read about him on his website. I can't believe I never heard of this guy. Martin Luther King gave us our marching orders in 1965 in words just as important today. Let us march on ballot boxes until race baiters disappear from the political arena. I want to say to the people of America and the nations of the world that we are not about to turn around. We are on the move now. Amen. This is what we need to think about in the election. What can we do to counteract this? Because it's such a big deal in the swing states. And how many people do you think are even aware of it? I was aware of it and I was talking about it. But when you see the numbers, it's a different ballgame. Right?
That paper.
This is what we all have to think about together. Thank you for 400,000. Joanna, do you want to talk about Head Start? By the way, do you want to talk? Because I think it's such a good, you guys know, like Head Start, Joanna's mother's like personally affected by Trump's freeze. And I was thinking maybe we should she could tell you the story of it.
Yeah, I can. So when Tangerine Tyrant, aka Velveeta Voldemort, aka Mango Mussolini, tried to throw that freeze on all of the federal funding for loans and grants, Head Start funding comes from Department of Health and Human Services, not Department of Education.
People what it is too, just so everyone knows.
Yeah, so Head Start is basically, long story short, preschool for low-income people. You fall below the poverty line. They have schools set up, basically, not daycares, because they do educate them in them schools that you can send your kids to for free with teachers that have to be certified. Some have more advanced degrees, but you have to at least pass your CDA, which is your early childhood education certification. And for some, they require also like associate's degrees. Some require bachelor's, but you have to have education to work there.
And if you don't know, you can look up the studies. Like, I don't know. I mean, I hope everyone who has children know this, but like children who don't go to some sort of preschool program are statistically much less likely to have a successful life. Like, that's why it's so important. Like, preschool, you think, oh, like, if my kid doesn't go to preschool, that's not that big of a deal. Well, studies show differently. That's why Head Start is so important. And Trump's just like, oh, we're just turning this off.
Exactly. Like, preschool is super important. Like, why else would you think that rich people would have private preschools? Like, it's
you
very
have to, like, pay $50,000 a year and apply for 4 years in advance. Yeah, preschool is all the difference.
And Head Start, especially in poor communities, makes a huge difference. I mean, obviously, you see how brilliant I am, right? I'm a product of Head Start. I went to Head Start when I was 2, graduated Head Start when I was 4, and then went to kindergarten when I was 5. Especially since not every area, especially southern, rural, poor areas, like the one I grew up in Arkansas, hate it here, don't have programs that are preschool programs in their elementary schools. So Head Start provides free preschool for low-income families. At the Head Start, they also have nurses. They give free lunch and breakfast. There are tests that there are guidelines that kids are tested under to see if they have hearing problems, cognitive disabilities, all those things, so you can catch whatever it is early so that you know how to help them, so as they progress, it becomes less of a problem. So with Trump's freeze, that would have stopped. My mom has worked for Head Start since I was 3. I'm 37 now. All of us are smart in here, so you can do the math. Their boss came into every classroom in the middle of the day and said, hey, today's our last day. The funding is gone. Sorry. It affected my mom. I have a cousin who also works in a Head Start. My godbrother's kids go to Head Start. I would have been asked out at 4 if this same thing would have happened. It affects so many people, not just that particular program, obviously, but the fact that Republicans continue to denigrate our education system, policy after policy, decade after decade, because they know the more ignorant you are, not ignorant is dumb, but ignorant is not educated, you're very easily manipulated. And we see that because MAGA's dumb as fuck, right? So stripping early childhood education from poor communities, which also usually happen to have black people in them because of the ways this country is set up, is very detrimental. SNAP was also one of the programs that fell under that. A lot of people have said it wasn't. Like, looking through the actual paperwork of his directive shows that it was, because of how vague he made the language. That's also something that we're going to have to look at. They make these things purposely vague so they can say, oh, no, that's not happening. It's not that. That wasn't specifically included. Of course it wasn't.
Yeah, that's
but
what
yes,
I want to talk about. I want to talk about. I need to get into the court orders from yesterday. I don't know if anyone. I don't even think people know what is happening anymore with this federal freeze. Like, does anyone even know that they unfroze the freeze yesterday? Like, that's the reality. Actually, I need to get into this. I have. We might not even get to talk about RFK. It's already 4:00, but I think it's more important that I take you guys through what is going on. Not the judge in DC that froze the federal freeze, right? Because thank God, attorney generals from blue states have multiple lawsuits going against Trump in different states, right? And so there's a judge in another state now who's going to issue a restraining order. Yeah, Victor. Okay, so you guys do know. Yeah. But this is important that we go through this because this is completely not even what it looks like and no one knows. It's like, and it's all because they're lying about it, right? Like, you saw a lot of things like this. What they did is the Trump administration, and this is vital information that people are missing. Keep tapping the screen. Thank you guys so much for being here. Sorry, I knew that was a little exhaustive and boring, but it's important to understand why we actually lost the election. So Jasmine was saying, F around and find out. This is the memo from the executive office of the president. But what this actually says is that they rescinded the memo, right? But people don't understand. And everyone's like, oh, this means the freeze is off. It's the exact opposite. What they were doing was the judge in DC that blocked the freeze said he did it because of this memo that was issued, right? So what they said was, we'll rescind the memo and then we can go on and freeze the government again. That's what they were doing yesterday, and nobody understands this. So remember this press secretary? If not for this woman's idiocy and never-ending lies, nobody would even, the second judge wouldn't probably be issuing a restraining order by the end of this week. So what happened was, she starts tweeting things like this. This is not a rescission of the federal funding of the federal funding freeze. It's simply a rescission of the Office of Management and Budget memo. What they're saying is, hey, that judge in DC said because of this memo, we can't freeze the government funding. So we're going to rescind that memo, and then we're going to go on with our plans. This is what the Republicans were doing yesterday, and I would say 80% of this country has no idea. They are saying, we were rescinding this memo. Everyone thinks they've won, but we're just going on with our plans, and we're going to freeze all the government money. Yeah, people, I know people in this live probably know, and you know why? Because we're extremely informed. But the majority of people, I think people in this live didn't know, and they don't understand the extent to which it was going on. So again, Kyle Cheney, he is a lawyer and a reporter for Politico. He's a good person to follow. And he was in the courtroom, right? Not in the courtroom, but his job for Politico is to report on courts, right? So he's talking about in court just now, the states are introducing, right, the attorney generals for blue states who are attacking this Trump's attempt to steal all of our money. Basically, they brought that tweet I just showed you. They brought this tweet to a judge, to a second judge, not the judge that issued the first freeze. They brought the tweet to a second judge and said, hey, I don't think you understand. They're lying. They are trying to say they're rescinded this memo to pretend like they're listening to the first judge's court order, but they're not. They're going to do this anyways. It's literally this idiot's tweet that they used as evidence to go back to a second judge in another state and say, you need to issue a restraining order. They're going to still take everyone's money. So that's what, and then Kyle Cheney's reporting on this in real time as the judge is going through this evidence, which is Caroline, the press secretary's never-ending tweets, being like, don't worry, MAGA, we're still taking their money. The freeze is on. Like, Alina, I'll show you this stuff because, like, I collected all the evidence, you know me. And Alina Habba's on Fox being like, oh, yeah, they think we're done, but we're not. The freeze is on. We're still freezing all the money. And they're showing a judge this in real time. So again, in court just now, the states are introducing the press secretary's tweet saying the funding freeze is still active as evidence that their lawsuit should continue. The second judge's name is Judge McConnell, says that prior to the withdrawal of the OMB's spending freeze memo, he was inclined to issue a temporary restraining order given the lack of clarity potential for harm. Now he thinks there may be a need case-by-case legal action as funding is blocked. I know that's confusing. Just stay with me. The states say the White House statement suggests the original sweeping spending freeze is still in effect. Like the states, the attorney generals in blue states are presenting all this evidence saying, hey, just because they rescinded that memo, they're still publicly laughing and talking about taking everyone's money. We need to do something about this. You need to do something about it. They're saying the harm continues, and they're saying they need a restraining order to protect the American people, to protect our tax dollars. Judge McConnell will grant the restraining order, saying the withdrawal of hugely ambiguous OMB order is only a distinction without a difference, meaning you guys are pretending to stop the freeze by rescinding this Office of Management and Budget memo, but that is a smokescreen, and it seems like you still intend to do harm. And he literally put in the order based on the comments by the president's press secretary, because she's running her mouth on Twitter. He's like, yeah, you can't be trusted. You guys are pretending that you're not going to steal this money, and you're still trying to steal it. And this, as far as I know, before this live started, the Judge McConnell hadn't officially issued the restraining order yet. And Rod Filipkowski said it best. Your Honor, I would like to introduce a tweet for the White House press secretary where she is assuring Trump supporters that rescinding the memo was done just to fool you. That's what they're saying. Like, the Trump administration is like, just take back the memo, and then the judge in DC will just think we're done, and then we'll just go ahead and do exactly what we want to do anyways. That's how insane these people are. And then they're insane enough to write about this all day yesterday on the internet. Not just write about it on the internet, but go on Fox News all day and say, haha, we fooled them. Here, let me give you some examples, because believe you me, I have all the receipts on this, because it's so insane that they would do this yesterday. And yes, contact your representatives. People do not know. I wish there was more people in here to hear this. Keep tapping the screen, keep sharing the live. It should not be our secret, Johnny. That's the point. We need more people to know about this, that this shit is going on. Everyone share the live with 10 people. Please keep tapping the screen. Let's get to 500K, because this shit is important. Like, this is a good article. If you need to cite what I'm saying, and like the judges, you can screenshot this. This will take you back. This kind of takes you through the day of Republican fuckery and why it matters. We can read. I've pretty much taken us through all of this information, but I want to show you. I'm looking for something in particular. Yeah. This is
Police, stop stealing my job. Stop stealing my black job. Yes, everybody tap the screen and share the live. This is super important. There are 393 people in here. We need to get as many people in here because, like Felice said, most people have no idea that just rescinding the memo does not mean that the actual freeze is no longer taking place. And right before we do this, let me put this into a little bit more perspective for everybody. So Sarah Huckabee Sanders, who we all hate, instituted a freeze when she first became governor of Arkansas, right? My city had a $6 million water project in the works. All of the contractors that we hired, because the money was no longer accessible, moved on to other projects. By the time she unfroze all the funding, everything was more expensive. It cost my city in particular another $1.5 million to get everything within that finished. It cost cities across Arkansas over $500 million to get their projects finished. And that's just little bitty insignificant broke Arkansas. So that's going to affect so many cities in so many states. We have no idea how to even project how much money it's going to cost.
Okay, so this is super important. So this is Jackie Heinrich. Again, so you can start identifying her, because she's in the press room and not really qualified to be, in my opinion. It's this woman. Same woman. So remember, all day yesterday, while this is going on, they're lying about condoms. Right? These people are lying about condoms going to Gaza. That is the distraction. We're all like, why the fuck are these people talking about condoms? and then they're making up lies about it. Then what's really going on is this. And they said they're announcing their plans to steal our money for a second time this week. News after the Office of Management Budget rescinded the memo freezing federal funds, freezing money, which is at odds with the president's executive orders, will continue. The freeze impacted funds at odds with executive orders on ending DEI, unleashing American energy, reviewing U.S. interests, etc. It was not an across-the-board freeze, despite some initial confusion at agencies. The judge's injunction, they're confessing that they're just going to go ahead and steal everyone's money. The judge's injunction barred communications between the Office of Management and Budget and agency heads about the freeze. Rescinding the memo allows communications to continue. They're saying, hey, we just rescinded the memo. Everyone thinks we stopped, but that's what that judge in DC's order was about. So now we can just proceed with doing everything we said we weren't going to do. This is what was going on all day yesterday. They're just like, we're still going to do this. So I just want everyone to know they are still going to do this. They are still doing it. They spent all day talking about we're still going to do it. This is from the press secretary. In light of the injunction, they rescinded the memo to end any confusion on federal policy created by the court ruling and dishonest media coverage. That's what they're saying. The executive order issued by the president on funding reviews remain in full force and effect and will be rigorously implemented by all agencies and departments. This action should effectively end the court case and allow the government to focus on enforcing the president's orders on controlling federal spending in the coming weeks and months. More executive action will continue to end the egregious waste on federal funding. None of this is over. The first judge did this injunction based on that memo, and they're like, cancel that memo, we'll just go forward with our plans. So the AGs of blue states realize what's going on and go to a second judge in another state and say, you need to issue a restraining order. They're still doing this. The American people's tax dollars aren't safe. And understand, this budget was already voted on. Congress decides who gets this money. It's already been allocated. And Trump is saying, I don't care. I'm going to take it anyways. I don't care what federal judges are saying. I'm still going to take it. A second judge is now like, I guess I need to issue a restraining order. And my guess is that he's not going to care about that either. This is all illegal. I mean, in my opinion and many people's opinions. I want to show you, like, Jessica, what she was talking about this. I mean, they're kind of joking about it.
And they will learn that the hard way. When they start pushing people out, this freeze that went, so well. I mean, yesterday that she had such a good first day of the press secretary, and now her tweet was enjoined, right, for the judge who looked at this and has frozen the freeze. It is complete chaos. It is not being managed in any sort of orderly fashion at all. It's confusing even Republican senators who are getting their marching orders from the top. Then they go out there, they say what they're supposed to say, like good little soldiers. Then they hear from all their constituents that the portals are down. They don't know what's going on with Head Start, Medicaid, et cetera. Then they hear that the freeze has been frozen. They say that's a good thing. And I'm sure they're about to get slapped on the wrist again when they've stepped out of line.
But you mean they unfroze the freeze? You can't freeze a freeze.
Yeah, you unfroze the freeze, and then it was frozen again, and then it was unfrozen. We thought the freezer door is open at this.
Like, they're joking about something that is not funny, right? Like, I just want to be clear. Everybody, I feel like there's this general mood of like, we won for a little bit. And I want you to know that yesterday, all over conservative media, Trump is like, we fooled them. All we did is rescinded the memo that the judge issued an injunction on, and we're going to still take all their money. And now let's look up, see if Judge McConnell has ruled yet. Judge McConnell restraining order. Federal funds. Yeah, I don't think he's ruled yet. 3 hours ago, wait. Federal judge weighing legality of White House funding. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's ruled yet. Like they're saying, just so you, like yesterday when I was reading, I was reading the court documents, he's basically saying like by the end of the week, he's probably going to make a decision. A federal, and oh, by the way, I don't think I ever said the state. Judge McConnell is in Rhode Island. The AGs have gone to Rhode Island to a different judge to try to get a restraining order to stop Trump, because the first freeze was just about that memo. They've rescinded the memo. So if Trump wants to steal all our money again, unless they get a restraining order, he will steal all our money. So we are waiting on a separate federal judge in Rhode Island to decide if he's going to grant a restraining order to stop Trump from taking our money again. So here's what a federal district court judge in Rhode Island is continuing to weigh the legality of Trump administration's move earlier this week to freeze trillions in congressionally approved funding, despite the administration's action. Oh, wait, I might be able to share this screen. Hold on. I think actually I might be able to share. I forgot this is on my Mac. I might be able to share this screen. Wait, let me think. I've got to think about. Okay. Sorry. So many. Oopsie. Okay, hold on. I'm just thinking about how to do this screen mirroring, right? Yeah, screen mirroring. Felice's MacBook Pro. Yeah, I think I can do this. I almost got it. Just hold on. Oh no, I get it. Never mind. Hold on. I pushed the wrong. Hold on. Oh, there we go. No, I don't have time to figure this out. Anyways, whatever. I could look this up on my other iPad, but I don't feel like it. Okay. The Office of the Manager Budget declared a freeze on federal grant and loan programs. Yeah, okay, where's the latest part of this court? In a virtual hearing, okay, here it is. U.S. District Judge, second judge in Rhode Island, said, this is late yesterday, that he would grant a motion filed by 22 states and the District of Columbia to temporarily place a restraining order on federal funding freeze. According to the plaintiffs, the restraining order will allow the states the time to file a preliminary injunction against the freeze attempt. I believe this is from the judge. I believe at the time of reading the claim, okay, no, I've read, this is what we know, but is there an update? So I don't think he's finally ruled. Federal judge weighing legality of White House funding. I don't know if he issued the restraining order finally. Without this funding, plaintiff states will be unable to provide certain essential benefits. Yeah, that's the point. The complaint filed by the states. I don't know if he's ruled though. I don't see the final ruling. So it seems like we're still in the same place we were late last night, that he hasn't officially filed the restraining order. So again, that's the situation we're in. Like, people think that this is over, but it's very much not. We are now at a second judge who's deciding, hopefully, the last I read, by end of day Friday, which is tomorrow, to issue a restraining order that will stop Trump. If that restraining order is not issued, According to every single person that works for the Trump administration, they're going to take the money. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. And how long will the restraining order be issued for? Because then when that one, like that, then they have to file a preliminary injunction again, right? Like this is just the start. So I think it's very important that everyone understands that the money is not safe. It's not in any way safe. And yesterday, the Trump administration spent all day bragging about the fact it wasn't safe and that people think it's safe, but it's not safe. And it's business as usual for them. I find this so disturbing. Like, it doesn't seem like there's any lengths at this point that Trump will not go to. Like, he's taking pleasure in stealing from us. In his mind, there is nothing that he can't take or won't take. Like Kristi Noem, I just want to give you an example. Kristi Noem, right? She's now, I can't even believe I have to say these words. She's the department head of Homeland Security. And she's on Fox. Again, she was one of the people saying, I've frozen the Department of Homeland Security budget. She can't do that. Department of Homeland Security, right? She doesn't decide a budget. Congress decides. Congress says, this is how much money you get. These are the buckets it goes into. She doesn't make any of those decisions. Listen to her yesterday.
Yes, well, thank you, Will, for inviting me to be with you. Today, we are announcing that we have stopped all grant funding that's being abused by NGOs to facilitate illegal immigration into this country. So it's amazing to me the hundreds of millions of dollars that have been spent by the federal government that has been sent to NGOs to facilitate this invasion of our country. So I've taken action to stop those funds, to reevaluate them, and to make sure that we're actually using the taxpayer dollars in a way that strengthens this country, that keeps us safe. So I think people are curious when we look at grants that are given out by federal agencies at how they're utilized, and that evaluation needs to be done. We're not spending another dime to help the destruction of this country. We're going to make sure that we follow through on what President Trump has promised, and that's to make sure that we're securing our border, departing those who are here illegally, and committing criminal actions, and that our taxpayer dollars aren't spent to help it.
This is illegal. Congress is the appropriator of all funds. This woman has zero control. She's saying she's not going to give federal grants where Congress has legally said this is where they should be appropriated. This is where the grant should go. And I liked this comment someone wrote. Once again, the cabinet secretary doesn't have the power to cut off funds appropriated by Congress. It's literally a law. They aren't royalty. But these people seem to think that they have taken over the government and can do whatever they want from the executive branch. And I want to say this, and I don't mean this as any disrespect. Like, I just want to give this as an example. And while I'm talking about this, someone in the comments says, have you talked about Gitmo yet? Okay, so no. Well, I mean, I've talked about it yesterday, but like Gitmo is a distraction. If you guys didn't know, there's always been a part of Gitmo that has been used, right, to do exactly what they're talking about using it to do. It's always done that. It's Gitmo has. I'm not talking about where they keep the 15 people they call terrorists that we're torturing. Not that part of Gitmo. There's another part of Gitmo that's always been used. The people that tried to float to America, the undocumented immigrants that tried to float, they take them, or that when they take them off the rafts in the sea, they try to claim asylum, but they don't want them to come to U.S. soil because it depends. Well, depending on where they float from, a lot of these people are Cubans, right? And because we don't recognize Cuba as a country, if those rafts touch U.S. land, the Cubans get to stay. So they take them to Gitmo. They let them claim asylum, and then they try to redistribute them to other countries, places like Australia. So Trump is talking about doing that maybe on a larger scale, but just understand that's already happening. But Trump started talking about that yesterday while he's trying to steal $3 trillion from us. That's just another distraction. He's talking about $50 million of condoms that don't exist, that no one can find. as a distraction while he is literally sitting here laughing at us saying we have a second judge we're praying to God issues a restraining order, while Trump says, hey, I don't care what the first judge said. I'm going around. I'm in it by a technicality in how he wrote the injunction. I'm going to go around it, and I'm still going to freeze the $3 trillion. I'm still going to stop hospitals from operating. I'm still going to stop veterans from being able to get the care they need. I'm still going to stop Medicaid. I'm still going to stop Medicare. I'm going to freeze $3 trillion. He's still going to do it. I mean, I think that everyone needs to understand that is the biggest problem currently in America. I do have an issue with, he did this whole show yesterday of the Lake and Riley bill signing. I hate to say it, but if I just say Senate Bill 5, no one's going to know what I'm talking about. He did that whole signing, and he started talking about the $50 million of condoms, and he started talking about Gitmo. In my opinion, it's a distraction. Gitmo has been used for that on a smaller scale this whole time. That's what they do. People claim asylum there, and then they try to rehome them. Basically, it's people we don't necessarily want to let in the U.S. from the Caribbean. So yeah, everyone's like, oh my God, Gitmo. I know that as a torture chamber. One part of it is they have 15 people who you would consider TS who they are doing bad things to, right? That's just one small part of what's going on at Gitmo. It has been an immigration hub before. So yeah, that's, I mean, it's bad, but it's less of my concern. And I'm more concerned. I'm concerned about the military getting involved in immigration. I am concerned about that, but I'm not sure if I'm more concerned about that or I'm more concerned about the private prisons they're going to build. Right. I can't even decide. Right. They're going to use these military places whilst they build the private prisons they're all going to profit off of. It's a money grab. This is all a money grab when it comes to immigration. The Lake and Riley bill is a money grab. All of the things in the Lake and Riley bill are already illegal and were already laws. It's just what it gives is private prisons, a bunch of access to billions of dollars. And then, like I said, we went through this last week. You got to follow congressional stock positions in private prison companies. Look up Geo Group. Our Congress is getting rich off the Lake and Riley bill. That is just a money grab. This whole deportation thing, people are going to make millions and millions of dollars off voting for that bill. That's the most disturbing part of it. We went through it. You can go to opensecrets.org. You can look who's getting the lobbying money from those companies. Then you can look at their stock positions. Yeah, it's all a money grab. But yeah, Gitmo has always been part of the immigration center, but that has nothing to do with what we think of as the torture chamber. That's a different part of Gitmo. But yeah, the president of Cuba is not happy with any of it. He no likey, but that is the bigger distraction when what is really going on is Trump is trying to still take the $3 trillion. There's $3 trillion of our taxpayer money that Trump is trying to freeze right now actively. And I think keep our eye on the $3 trillion, right? That is never take your eye off the $3 trillion. He is, flooding the zone. We got to listen to him. He looked using this plane crash as a distraction. Never said anything to the families, expresses no empathy, just tells a bunch of lies about it. Quite literally. Yeah. The unusual whales report you can look up, which talks about people in Congress outperforming the market, but it doesn't talk about this year's unusual whales report is not reporting on congressional positions in Geo Group. Yeah, exactly. Staffing shortages caused by him. But yeah, I just think that is what everybody, especially this weekend, if the restraining order isn't issued by this Friday, just everyone keep an eye on where our $3 trillion is, because And let me show you something else fascinating, because I love people that do a lot of research. Why is Trump constantly distracting us with these $50 million of condoms that no one can find and probably doesn't exist? Because it's a distraction. Like, look at this guy who does research on X. He found this grant that does exist for this place called, it's a region though. It's not Gaza that's in Palestine. It's a region in Mozambique. There's an $83 million. It's not specifically focused on condoms. Part of it is, but it's $83 million in a grant for STD protection that goes through 2020, STD prevention that goes through 2026. And in Gaza, INGAZA is a region. Here, let me show you this map in Mozambique. See the Gaza province? I think that's where the money is. But Trump doesn't want anyone to find where it really is. Right? It's a distraction where we're all arguing about where the hell is what is he talking about? Nobody can figure it out. We didn't spend it in the past and no one can find it going to Palestine now. It's probably here. This money is allocated for the future. And he's distracting everyone with it while he's trying to freeze $3 trillion in our money. There's a lot of scary things going on, I know. But the one that concerns me most is that money. Like, that will, if his eye on that ball every second. Like, that's what I'm constantly going to be watching for. And let me just give you some Alina Habba, his creep in chief. This was her, like, last night. After all this was going on, or at the same time when, like, the Democrats are in court trying to get a restraining order, Alina Habba is saying this stuff on Laura Ingram's show. Like, this is how seriously we need to take it, because all these people know.
Tricks, same old people. And we heard from them, and that's what they're trying to do, fear-mongering as usual. But no, the freeze is in place, but what we are doing is examining how we're spending taxpayer money, and we're doing what the responsible thing to do is, instead of frivolously throwing money around as if it's not our own.
This is while the attorney generals of blue states are trying to get a restraining order to stop them. They're saying this. They're saying,
all right. Well, I worked in the White House eons ago, okay, and I know how these memos can get written and rewritten. They get drafted, redrafted.
Yeah.
But how does that happen when an OMB memo goes out that obviously left the door open for this confusion, because clearly it's vetted by the White House counsel's office. It's read over by multiple people. So do you have any idea how that happened? Because then it leaves it to people like you who have to, kind of.
Alina Habba's job, she's White House counsel. She's like deputy associate, like barely, like she's not the head White House counsel, she's like someone's assistant. But yeah, she's White House counsel.
Clean it up.
Answer the questions. Look, the truth is we've been really clear on what it is and what the president wanted to do, and that is still standing. We have not changed the president's directive. We are going to have a freeze. Yes, do I think that there was obviously an OMB memo that they had to rescind to clarify? Sure, but don't forget that the reason we had to do that is because the left-wing media spun it so much and put it in front of a judge who was clearly trying to make a platform for himself politically. So now we're doing this to avoid that nonsense and have the American people get what they voted for on November 5th, which was a clear mandate that swept the entire country. And that was to put America first and stop spending stupid money.
All right. Well,
he confessed to the entire thing while they're trying to get a restraining order from the second judge. Yeah, no mandate. Nobody wants this to happen. I understand that. I just want people to understand. Keep your eye on the the 3 trillion. They are going to keep coming after it till they get their hands on it. I think that is the thing we need to be most concerned with. Yeah, someone said, can you believe Trump blamed the plane crash on DEI? Yes, I can. And yes, we talked about it. I know it's all a lie. And if you want to watch the replay, you absolutely can. Chrissy, are you here? Who did you want to raid? Is Benny still alive? I don't know. Who do you guys want to raid? I think on that note, Kosh Patel, just so you guys know, Kosh Patel's hearing is going on today. Tulsi Gabbard's hearing is going on today. Okay, yeah, Benny, exactly. We should raid Benny. Benny. Well, I think we should raid Benny. If you want to raid Pickles, but oh wait, someone's saying Cash. Okay, hold on. Cash is hearing. Oh, I got it. Thank you so much. Megan said, thank you for all you do. I appreciate your hard work giving us awful news. Thank you so much, Megan. I appreciate you. And I know it's bad news sometimes, but it's important that we record it. That way I can always say, like, I said it. I feel like I have to say this stuff. Like, I'm exploding with information and I have to say it just like for the public good. At least it's on tape and we can all say we said it. And we'll figure it out. We're going to be okay, you guys, but definitely everyone keep an eye on that $3 trillion. And like I said, I never underestimate, like, I think we should keep calling our Congress people, like, especially I would like, not the Democratic ones, like call in your state Republican Congress people, harass them and be like, hey, you Trump sycophant, if anything happens to that $3 trillion, you're going to be out of an office. Like, that's what I've been doing. I call Republicans in my state and I'm like, hey, why don't you grow a spine and protect that $3 trillion? That is what I advise us to do, because we have to get some Republicans to stand up to Trump or we can't do anything. I mean, and then we have to pray that start praying now that Amy Coney Barrett and John Roberts have a spine. Because what's going to end up happening, federal judges can issue restraining orders and then these AGs in blue states are drawing up preliminary injunctions, and so they have time to draw up more court papers. This will end up in the Supreme Court, right? And our only hope, Brett Kavanaugh, Gorsuch, Clarence Thomas, and creepy Alito, and Alito the leaker, they're all in Trump's court. So it's all going to hinge on John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett, if that is our money or not, if Trump can do this. Because, I mean, Clarence Thomas already agrees with Nixon. I mean, he's a terrible lawyer, always was. Like, if you don't know, Clarence Thomas got on the Supreme Court, like a real legal mind, one of the best constitutional scholars ever, was Thurgood Marshall. He was a black lawyer, and then he went away. And then, the conservatives do let's just find a black guy who will agree with us. Enter Clarence Thomas. Like, that's how we got, you know what I mean? Clarence Thomas is like, when they tried to put, what's that guy's name that's now the ambassador to the Bahamas? What, the football player, when they tried to replace Raphael Warnock with, what's his name? Help me, you guys. Sorry, my brain. Herschel. Thank you. Where they tried to replace Raphael Warnock like an actual genius with and they're like, oh, Herschel Walker. Oh, a black guy's running. Yeah, Raphael Warnock, who's like the pastor of Martin Luther King's old Baptist church and is an actual scholar and a leader. And they're like, oh, here's just this random black guy we found who used to essay women. That's the same. That's what they do. That's how we got Clarence Thomas. He's one of those. That's what I'm saying. That's what he's the fix was in on Clarence. So it's all going to come down to Amy Coney Barrett and John Roberts. Do they think that Trump should be able to take all of our money? I hope not, but we shall see. Does Congress have any power? Yeah, I'd hoped we learned from Anita Hill too. Obviously not. If we'd learned from Anita Hill, Pete Hegseth wouldn't be the Secretary of Defense, right? That's what all we've learned is in confirmation hearings, women who have been assaulted are silenced. That seems to be the general trend. Look at Kavanaugh. If we'd learned from Anita Hill, Brett Kavanaugh wouldn't be on the Supreme Court. A woman testified saying he raped her, and everyone's like, nah, she's just making it up. This is what happens when you're a woman. This is why I never reported. What's the point of finding out no one's going to listen to you? I already know. I already experienced it with my parents. Anyways, yeah. So I would just keep an eye on the 3 trillion. Hopefully we get the restraining order. But this Trump wants it to end up with the Supreme Court, and he wants to see what do they have the nerve to go against me. Like, he's betting on it, that they don't have the guts to stand up to him. It's like, I really wish everything did not rest on Amy Coney. Sometimes I ask good questions, and normally I don't have the guts to stand up. Joseph said, keep up the good work. This is so disturbing. I only hope enough of these obnoxious MAGAs find out and wake up. Honestly, I've thought about this a lot, and in places like Arizona, I actually am glad that Trump cannot hide his bigotry and that the Heritage Foundation and all of Project 2025 is out to play. Because if anything, even with all this vote suppression, you know what I'm saying? I think that like the Hispanic vote, no likey this. And there are a lot of Hispanics in swing states. And like, I think Trump won largely in part because of Hispanics. We got to 500K. Thank you so much. Thank you for pointing that out, Frida. Amazing, you guys. You guys are so amazing. They all voted for. I know. I agree. You guys, I'm indigenous Mexican. Most of my relatives I know at Arizona. I knew that Kamala was going to lose Arizona. You could feel it in the Hispanic community. You could feel it brewing that they didn't want to vote for a woman. Like, you could feel it in the air here. So, yeah. And now that this is happening, they all need to experience this. They all need to let it. You guys like this. This is what you voted for. This is what you guys all voted for. So sit in it. Get detained by the police and accused of not being from here a couple of times, get harassed and reported on by random people for speaking Spanish, and maybe you'll have a change of heart. Like, I think it's happening. You could feel the fear in Arizona in the Hispanic community. You could literally, I know. So Project 2025 is real. Yeah. Don't tell them. Like, yeah, it seems like it was all real. Yeah. But my relatives, that you could feel the fear. And I'm just like, let that wash over you like a gentle wave and never forget. How many votes were suppressed in Arizona? A lot. I mean, they were talking about the poison postcard where, like, what did they say the success rate was here? Like 1 in 10 were returned, or 1 in 7. Yeah. We suppress a lot of votes in Arizona, but also a lot of Hispanics do vote here. And a lot of them are conservatives. It's good the Hispanics are being reminded that conservatives will never want them and never include them. They will never be part of. They don't want you people. Just stop thinking that you will ever be part of that club. This is a great lesson. If I don't want to learn the hard way, I don't want to live in fear. But yeah, exactly. Especially in Arizona. Stop. You guys are embarrassing yourselves. Please. The amount of relatives I had that voted to lose their own citizenship is truly like, I don't want to say I told you all so, but maybe I'll send them postcards. Didn't I tell you guys all this? Susan, thank you so much for the hearts. Love you too. You're amazing. I know that's what it is. It's religion, but I think their right to stay in this country is going to their survival instinct is going to kick in. Like the fear of rounding up will be kicked in. Hispanics weren't like this in Arizona when Joe Arpaio was doing these random immigration raids before, and they just need to remember. It'll come back. Benny's not live anymore. Oh, sorry. Is Pickles live? Let's just raid Pickles. Sorry, I talk too much, but I love you guys so much. Okay, so I'm going to clip Kash Patel's hearing today and Tulsi Gabbard's hearing today. It's like a conspiracy theory smorgasbord shit show. Like, it's literally just, oh my God. Yeah, let's raid Pickles. So I'm going to clip those hearings, or the best of them, because we could be hours. Those hearings went on for hours. Yeah, let's raid Pickles. Those hearings went on for hours. So I'll try to find the ugliest of the ugly, and we'll watch Kash Patel and Tulsi Gabbard and pray that that restraining order comes through by end of the day tomorrow, because I would sleep better all weekend. Thank you guys so much. Love you all. I shall see you tomorrow at 11:30 Pacific time, 2:30 Eastern.